schedule. They're going to try and do. is 0.7 of a second faster than Andrew that last lap, but Devin set his fastest lap as well on that. So Andrew definitely reeling him in as they head up out of turn number 2 and head up into turn number 3 a little bit further back. There's the Marshall Lido machine, for that. So again, drivers still getting the best times that they can, but those two in GT2, that's going to be the battle for the win in GT2. It's going to come down to a family affair.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fun thing is, how much is Andrew going to want that for the first race weekend of the year? As we see, they're going to catch up to the number 50 machine of Joseph Folia, who's a little bit slow on the outside of turn number 9 here. But Andrew missed that. Going to go
definitely going to give him. Sorry, David. Definitely going to give him room. Give both of them room there. That's a smart move. Yep. Unfortunately,
he's coming.
As a driver and you're getting lapped like this, and Greg, you know this too, you want to be predictable. You don't want to change. You don't want to change lanes. You want to run that exact line. Now, Jost went a little bit wide, but that's fine because he knew they were there, and they both knew that he was going to give them plenty enough room.
Exactly, as opposed to him moving quickly over to driver's right to give them a line. That would have been something that they wouldn't have been planning for.
Correct.
All right, so over in Touring 2 now, Joseph Latanzi. In his Chevrolet Corvette, he comes across the starting line and completes now lap number 5. He's almost 5 seconds up on Jeffrey Pascal now in that battle for T2. Chad Fisher, who we just talked about a few seconds ago, he might be on that 600cc Yamaha right now. No, that's not true. He's running right now. Actually, he's got it's not a fight for class, but he's that yellow Corvette now coming up right behind the Factory 5 Racing Cobra of Hayshak. Hayshak, our only SPO racer now, as they come through turns 1 and turn 2. We'll check in with them. They just came through our frame with Vinny Gauteri currently running 4th in T2. He's about 3 seconds. That green, hard to miss that Ford Mustang.
Yeah,
he's about looks like probably around 25 car lengths back from Fisher in the battle for the last spot on the podium now in Touring 2.
I'll tell you what, Hayshak and Fisher having a really, really good battle. Again, as you mentioned, Greg, not for class, but a really good battle pretty much the entire race. I mean, they have been stuck nose to tail the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you see here, coming to turn number 6, Bob Hayshak, though, in that number 9 Factory 5 Cobra. A little bit of a unique car that we always see here, brought out to some events over the past couple seasons this year. So, it's that Cobra, you can buy it for Factory 5 Racing. It's basically a body kit built onto a two-frame chassis with multiple different options.
Well, it's a two-frame chassis, but most of the running gear are out of Fox Body Mustangs. And so one of the great things about when they were first introduced in the late 90s or mid-90s, actually, is that you could fairly easily source the parts to build one of those in your own garage, and for fairly inexpensive. That most of them are running the, at least back then, we're running the Ford 302s, but we're using the front suspension there, as well as the rear suspension out of those Mustangs as well. And Bob's been racing this particular car now, I think probably for a good 15 years or so.
Yeah. Also, his, I think he's getting into kart racing too. I know we bring that up because him and I have been talking.
You said you're racing against his son.
I think his son's been doing it, and now they're going to move over into the 206 motors, and so we're going to get him on an engine program. And I think when we come back here in July, over there on the Shenandoah circuit, and then we definitely, when we come back here in August, on the main here.
Hey, real quick, if we can, let's jump over. It's been kind of moving in and out. I wanted to jump originally to the in-car video from Andrew Mistack, but we are having some problems, looks like, with some cell coverage here in a couple places on the track, as he's trying to catch up to son Devin, who obviously is just that much faster than him today.
Well, I'm just wondering if Andrew's having still that problems with the power steering and just not able to get the car all the way around. And so, just not being able to put it on the right line.
Yeah, so he wasn't here, didn't come out for the March MARRS, right at the very last weekend in March, that he had been having some of those mechanical issues. But again, good to see both of them out on the track, and great and wonderful sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region, as Andrew is the proprietor of Belmont Classic Cars. If you want to Here's where we go and give an early plug, Brian, before we go to commercials. But if you're thinking about buying a classic car, head on over to BelmontClassic.com. And as we're now halfway through this 15-lap race. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That is small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light and GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, ST7, STL, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, small bore racers, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, focus back there on that misstack battle there up at the front for the win in overall and in GT2. Been pretty much of a standstill, as Brian said. Andrew's kind of battling some of those power steering issues, might have been coming back in this race. He was about a second, 1.2 seconds back from son Devin, but now last time around it was 1.6. So it definitely looks like that issue might be coming back just slightly though. And again, if kind of losing that power steering, it really makes it work out, especially in this heat. It definitely is. It is not fun when the power steering goes out, especially in a TA2 Camaro where it's a big, heavy stock car.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, basically, really any car, any race car when the power steering goes out that you have. I mean, you know, it becomes really, really tough to turn the car. And now, you know, again, we joke and we laugh around here up here in the tower, but, you know, the family between Devin and Andrew, right, he's trying to do everything he can to catch Devin as well. But if the car just isn't up to full, then it becomes really tough to do that. And so he's, you know, probably doing the best he can, or the handling just isn't really right there.
Right.
He didn't complete a whole lot of laps in qualifying because of that steering problem. So, again, that car probably just is not where Andrew really likes it to be right now.
And I mean, also the tracks changed too, because they were the first group out at 8:15 this morning. And I mean, we've had, like I said, basically after that, 7 different race groups go out for qualifying. So it's completely changed, and again, just kind of missed the setup a little bit, maybe, as he's backed up about another 2/10 from Devin last time.
Yeah, it's gotten, obviously it's quite a bit warmer, and it's very humid out, but that isn't going to affect the track surface all that much. But and we've had a couple of clouds roll in that might be keeping the track surface temperature down a little bit. But here, particularly at Summit Point, Brian, the track gets incredibly greasy as it heats up here.
Yeah, and I think Chad Fisher there has a problem in that number 39, because he was definitely hitting the brakes really by the start-finish line and not able to. He just went off to the driver's left there, back towards the skid pad. I can see him just beyond the trees sitting there. So it looks like his race today is going to be done. But it did look like he was having brake problems, because you could see the brake lights going on and going off, and just doing everything he can to get that to slow down as even as much as really downshifting as much as possible.
All right, so we've got now here in this race about 5 laps remaining. So let's make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light and Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, ST7, STL, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, small bore racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Again, really what that does with Fisher going off down there, you know, again, Bob Hayshak here running by himself, and our leaders are just now coming across the start-finish line with Devin Mistak and then Andrew Mistak. They're going to be coming up on Bob, so they're going to have to maneuver around. And again, knowing Bob, the veteran that he is, he's going to give them plenty of room once they get to him.
And so that is going to move Vinny Gautieri now up into the last podium position in Touring 2. But you know, whereas we saw him originally, there's the Ford Mustang, as both of the Mistacks have now put Gautieri a lap down, and I think we'll probably see Folia now. He's going to be what I think he's about.
He's a full couple laps down.
He's coming out of turn 10 right now. Yeah,
this will be lap 9 for him. So. As our leaders, they'll be finishing lap 12 at that point. So,
Want to thank everybody for joining us here on YouTube, and want to apologize for the audio issues that we had to start the broadcast off. I want to thank Roger Maeda from Studio VRM for pointing that out to us. We're not going to go into the specifics, but I think we got everything all squared away now, and want to thank everybody for joining us here at beautiful Summit Point Raceway.
You know, Brian, I got a weird one here as they come out. Leaders come up to the standing yellow. Last time, Andrew Mistak was about 3 seconds away from Devin. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, he's about 1.4 seconds from Devin now. So don't know if Devin might have had an issue. Andrew ran a 118.2 last lap. Devin a 119.8. So about 0.6 or almost 1.6 seconds faster that time around. Don't know if he may be conserving the tires and everything in the middle of this and then starting to push towards the end.
Well, I was watching the exact same thing you were, especially when they went down into turn number 1 and that standing yellow was up. And they both went by Bob Hayshak. So that, I'm not making that call, but that is a no-no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
First and foremost. And so Devin ended up going by him, and then Andrew went by him in the minute they cleared that when they got over to turn 2. But that standing yellow up, I mean, it's been up for quite some time. And Fisher is way off to driver's left. I'm shocked that it's still up down there. So they must think that, obviously there's still an issue there if somebody is to go off driver's left in there. So leave that up through the end. But
and just as you say that, Brian, also that local caution has just been withdrawn at turn 1 as the Mistacks. Andrew Mistak right alongside Devin Mistak, 1/10 of a second separating them as they cross the start-finish line. Now as they go into turn 1, there we go, Devin Mistak. He's going to hold on to the lead as Andrew Mistak tried to come down the inside in the black number 88 Camaro. Got on the brakes, though, Brian, a little bit earlier than Devin. I guess that would be youthful exuberance that Devin took to go deeper into the braking zone at 1, and he holds on to the lead.
Well, one of the things that, we really didn't cover in when we did the fly-in, right? There's 2 really good passing zones in this racetrack, and definitely under heavy braking. Right there into turn number 5 and into turn number 1. Devin held his line. Andrew went to driver's right to try to do it. Here you go, on board with Andrew Mistak right now, trying to catch son Devin in that number 17 machine. And I tell you what, this is going to be a good battle here. The next time they come by the start-finish line, Greg, they'll have 1 lap to go. So if Andrew's going to get it done, he's going to have to do it quickly. And I think Andrew gets through turn number 10. I'm not going to see it through there, but I think he does get through there a little bit better than Devin.
That's about to be the widest TA2 you're going to see. And with Devin trying to defend his fathers, they're going to come to 1 lap to go. Andrew Mistak right in the draft of the number 17. He's going to pop out to driver's right, down to the inside. He's going to outbrake Devin as he gets to the braking zone, clear him basically at the 3 board.
Devin's got a problem with brakes.
Yeah,
you can see that before almost 200 feet before the 500 foot mark.
And the previous lap, he had gone in very deep, and I'm wondering if he might have just hit a thermal overload. And actually, he's now even further off the pace coming out of 2, going to the 3. Let's see what he does coming down the hill into 5. But looks like just had a mechanical issue of some sort, and it may be the brakes.
Yeah, they get solved.
Coming up on the last lap now. Yes, he's trying to open that corner up and not use the brakes as much as possible as we go back on board with Andrew Mistak, our new leader. Maybe Devin figured he wouldn't be able to sleep in the trailer tonight if he didn't let Dad win. I don't think
that's why he's called Good Bunny.
That's right. We've got Good Bunny and Bad Bunny.
No, we only have one bunny, and that's Good Bunny.
That's Good Bunny. Bad Bunny is still
going
the bucks from the Super Bowl. Exactly. All right. Andrew Mistak now rounding the final corner, coming onto the front straight. Checkered flag in the air. Devin Mistak is your winner here at Summit Point for our sprint race. First race of the 2 here this weekend for our big bore racers. And even there, Brian, you could see that Devin Mistak was out of the throttle and not limping across the line, but he definitely seems to have broken something. Next to finish will be Marshall Lytle. Actually, let's see. Did Marshall come across the line yet? I don't think so. We just had Bob Hayshak. Now Marshall Lytle will come across the line. He's our sole racer in ITE and will take the checkered flag. Bob Hayshak in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra already crossing the line to complete his final lap. He's our sole racer in SPO. And over in Touring 2, taking the checkered flag, there it is in the black Chevy Corvette, Joseph Latanzi out of Haven Beach, New Jersey. Jeffrey Pascali will finish in second, about 2.5 seconds in arrears. And then Vinny Gautieri will finish third in Touring 2. Joseph Folia will finish 2 laps down, our sole racer in GT1. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 2. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 2, small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point. It is the June MARRS. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
March of this year. We had those issues in the race where, leading for a couple laps and all of a sudden the car would just shut off. So it looks like they had those problems fixed. Hopefully everything goes well for them this weekend, but then Jeremy Butts behind him as well. That's basically the top two there. Jeremy Butts comes off the really good weekend at VIR where he placed second on both races, had a really good run Sunday when Chuck Hines caught up to him towards the end of the race. But Jeremy, though, won both races back here in March, so he's got a streak to keep in STL.
Yeah, I tell you what, as our first group now is coming out of turn number 10 and starting to head down to the start-finish line, waiting to get their green flag, and it does look like green flag is in the air. So again, a large contingent of the STLs, got some T4s mixed in there along with that E-production of Paul Marconi as they go down in. Paul Marconi gets one heck of a start there, David, down into turn number 1. He's probably got 3 or 4 car length lead already over Ted Cahall as we wait for our second group to come in. But I tell you what, it looked like Paul Marconi's, Greg, was shot out of a cannon.
Absolutely, Brian. Now as the second pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Thomas Beverly in his Honda Civic as the starter looks over the field. And as they now come out of turn 10 to the line, green flag is in the air and getting a very quick start. Tyler Reynolds in the white number 177 Legends car and Bob Connor as those motorcycle motors spinning up that much quicker than Thomas Beverly's Honda Civic. The Civic obviously just a little bit heavier now as they come down into turn number 1. And right behind, we've got a great fight in H production today. Chuck Allard, Michael McQueen, Ken Van Horn. Good to see Ken bringing that little Honda CRX back here as well, right in the middle of that field, right at the back of the pack, Brian.
Tell you what, a lot of cars going nose to tail going out of turn number 2 and turn number 3. And we had Taylor Hyatt in that number 131 along with Chuck Allard there going side by side, David, into turn number 3. Allard gets all the way over driver's left on that first turn, kicking up a little bit of that dust, giving that line to Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor, though, making back in March, made her first start in 2.5 years there. Last time she ran was the 2023 runoffs. So 2.5 year layoff from the 2023 runoffs to basically the March weekend. Had a good outing. They struggled a little bit, but they had to replace 3 alternators basically on that Friday test day. So I think they got through the weekend, completed all the laps for her. So I think that was basically the goal. For her, it's just kind of getting back into the rhythm of everything. Haven't been in the car a long time. This is a big group too. So it's she's been a veteran though for a couple of years. So it's kind of hang around, get some laps going, and all come home with a good result for the end of the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, cars getting stretched out here quite a bit. I thought for sure we'd see that Thomas Beverly. Now we're getting ready. They're just now coming out of turn number 1 down into turn number 2. They're going to come up on Kathleen Leidick here within a lap or two. So they're starting to catch a little bit, just as I thought. Thomas Beverly, in that number 4, along with our legend car guys of Tyler Reynolds and Bob Connor. Again, Bob Connor, he likes to have a clean car. We were talking about it earlier. That car's still damaged from, I think VIR. And so got a new body on it, just hasn't got it completed yet, but the other body still fits and the car's still working.
All right, as we've got driver running wide coming out of turn 8. Now, I was also talking to Bob this morning because the other part of this, obviously, is the repairs that he had to do to get that body together at our last race. But he's got the new Toyota, the new Yamaha FZ09, MZ09.
He's got the FZ09.
Right, the three-cylinder Yamaha motor in there. It's a fuel-injected motor also. Yep. And one of the big things for him is he went out for practice this morning with that engine and had to relearn all of his different shift points and what have you. And he said he thinks he's got everything all squared away. And so basically those Yamaha motors have been bulletproof in the Legends community now, except for when the kids over-rev them. Surprise, surprise. And so that's when Bob went out for qualifying this morning, the one thing he wanted to make sure of was that he didn't over-rev the thing, obviously.
Well, he had it in for VIR.
Right.
And so, I believe he had it in as well for March.
Right.
MARRS as well. But again, you're right. That it is, from a horsepower perspective, they're about the same as the other 1250 that he ran.
March did the driver school this year, so first year racing of multiple drivers making their debuts this weekend. Has some pretty good runs. Car is put into SPU this weekend. Usually we see a lot of them in Touring 4, though, Brian. But with this car, a little bit different. Originally was built in Canada, was built for the Targa, which is kind of a bit of almost cross-country racing almost, where you start at one point, you go to about multiple different destinations, do maybe a time trial session for a couple laps, then you road rallying basically. And also the Canadian SCCA, Canadian Automobile Sports Car Club. So a lot of the modifications that were made to that RX-8 are not eligible to be run in something like Touring 3, Touring 4, like we see the most of them, but having a good run this weekend so far in this race. Leading second overall to Thomas Beverly in that Honda Civic.
Hey, real quick, for those of you that are watching us on YouTube, first off, thank you for watching us here, and we're back. Just had a power outage here at Summit Point as perhaps the heat starting to get at some of the infrastructure here at Summit Point. But if you can give us a little thumbs up and maybe put something in the chat to let us know that you could see us and hear us. Again, we apologize.
I tell you what, we've got a lot of these cars now. We've got, I believe that is the
Ken Van Horn's Honda SBRRS, the H production car, going to retire early. Ken driving the number 70 machine, and I think the last time we saw that car out here, Brian, it had some mechanical issues. If I remember correctly, back in March, some transmission issues. And we'll see, again, having a bit of an issue. The other green Honda that is out there, Thomas Beverly, he is currently running, where is he right now, in that second group, still doing incredibly well. Now moving his way through as he is leading at the SPU entry of Jeff Walters at the moment, as well as Hudson Williams in that Volvo.
Yeah, Hudson doing really well. I know they had some problems yesterday. They were able to get that fixed and out. Ken Van Horn now coming back out onto the racetrack. Going to come right out in front of Bob Connor there. Again, going to let Bob Connor go on by before he gets back into the racing line. But, you know, again, some of these cars starting to kind of go away. When you look at some of
Just
these,
like us.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, again, as you talked about, Greg, it is starting to get a little bit warmer out there. And I didn't, again, when most of these drivers were here in March, it wasn't as warm. And so you come in with the set of, I have the setup on the car, and it changes it. We've got a standing yellow down in turn number 1. So we'll have to see what's kind of going on there with debris down in turn number 1. It's between turn 1 and 2. See if we can't see and hear kind of what's going on, but definitely got a debris flag down there in turn number 1 as well.
All right, sounds like we had two cars get together down there, Brian. The 24 and of Alex Cumming in his Mazda RX-8 and the 113 STL Mazda of John Moyer. And they have now both continued, as we also have a car that's just now gone off the Pump House Road at a high rate of speed.
That looks like one of the Downey machines there in that going all the way around.
The Datsun 510 going off.
Well, he's definitely coming back around. Definitely made the left-hand turn. Coming around on the skid
So
pad.
that would be Greg Plush.
Yep, so Plush in the 63
in the
machine.
63 Datsun 510. And we'll see here, but that car just did not slow down, Brian. So
he's gone down around the skid pad, made the left-hand turn. I think he's going to either try to come back on the same way he went in, or he's going over to Martin Burke's house for lunch. I'm not sure, but
well, Martin's over here working in tech, so the house is going to be empty.
Lunch will not be served at Martin's house, but that's where he was at.
Yeah, and it sounds like he did manage to get over to the turn 2 flag station. And they do consider him in a pretty safe place right now, Brian, as we now have a local caution at turn 5.
A little bit of side-by-side contact there was between the 112 and Matt Crane, who we saw go off earlier. Just a little dip in the dirt at turn number 9 and made a little bit of contact with David Gass. Maybe tried to make a move up the inside. Both of them back on track, though, but went for a little bit of excursion through the dirt and grass.
All right, so, Brian, just a few moments ago, we talked about the contact between the STL Mazda Miata of John Moyer and the Touring 4 Mazda RX-8 of Alex Cumming. It sounds like both of those cars now with damage have gone back to the paddock, as we now have a car off drivers right coming through turn 8, and that may be Michael McQueen's MG Midget, I believe, Brian. I think that might be the 27 car that's there in the grass.
Yeah, he had some problems earlier during qualifying as well, where he went around and in turn number 3, kind of within the opening few laps. It looks like do it again. We got another car getting ready to come back out there. So
Looks like it was the 113 of Moyer.
yeah.
We-
Again, go ahead. I was gonna say, there's a lot of action going on right now. Pretty much on every single corner stand. The radios here is just going nuts in our ears as we're trying to pick all of that up. But I tell you what, pretty good battle. I'm going to pick this battle up if we can. And this is just now crossing the start-finish line, headed down into turn number 1. And it's an STL battle. And that's the battle between Ryan Heischman and Jeremy Butts, right? So they are nose to tail. That is actually for second and third.
And it's the red,
and it's the red Mazda along with the blue Mazda.
right? Well, and I was just going to say they just left that corner. We got a couple more red cars in the line, but they are the ones here to our right, to the left, that are just now heading into turn 3. So Jeremy Butts running second in STL. Ryan Heischman running in third. And they're both about 5 seconds back from our STL leader, Ted Cahall, but they've got a lot of time to give. Steve Wickersham running fourth in the class. He's almost 15 seconds back from this battle right now. So we'll try and keep a look on these two racers. And here they come now, and looks like Heischman had to get around. I think that's Rich Ura in the number.
No, that is actually Raymond Heath in the 8 machine.
Yeah.
Again, his old SSM car that he had, but he definitely had to go side by side with Ryan Heischman, and so that allowed Jeremy Butts to pull out a little bit further and break a little bit of where that race was. So. Again, Jeremy Butts now putting a lap on Tom Gahn in the 49.
Now, what I'm going to try and track down also here, Brian, as we watch this battle, I want to check in with our F production leader, Stephen Bessett, in his Mazda Miata, the number 22 Mazda. Sensing a theme here. It's getting a little more difficult for me to pick them out. And
everybody going to green? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
From
white? Exactly. So I'll try and get that car, but he and Rich Ura, as I was just pulled up the wrong car, the 61 car, they've been fighting it out now for the lead in F production, and they were only about 6-7 car lengths apart the last time I saw them. And we'll get to them now. Actually, I think they may have. No, they didn't cross the line now. We'll check in with them, and I'll direct. No, I won't direct. Spencer will direct, but I'll let him know where that fight is. Actually, I think they might be coming out. Is that them now?
Well, I tell you what, while you guys are picking that up, there is a really, really good battle. Again, this is an STL battle. So Tyler Reynolds in the Legend car just went by all three of them. We may have one car that had gone off in turn number 1 into 2, but kept going. But the battle here in STL, Kevin Conlon, Matt Crane, and Knife Out to Louie, I tell you what, they were almost 3 wide going down with the Legend car. You see the Legend car just going out of your shot. There's the battle that I'm talking about. I tell you what, Tyler Reynolds had to make one heck of a move going down into turn 1 to get by all 3 of those as they started to pull out side by side by side. And he had nowhere to go, and then they all parted ways, and he went right through the middle of them.
And meanwhile, that's the battle right now for 11th in STL to tell you how tight the competition is. With Crane in the 112, Altalawi in the 08, and then Keegan Manning there in the 00 car. They're coming out of turn 8 and up the hill. And I did just finally track down that F production battle. I think they're probably going into turn 5 now, or will be going in momentarily. I'll pick them up the next time they come around. As we've got a car off now, Brian, in turn 10, 2 cars off. In turn 10,
I believe one of them is
the one. I think one of them is the 113 car that we were just talking about.
One of them is the Matt Crane, and we got one that went really wide. Matt Crane there on the left,
and now another car off as well.
Yeah, kind of really had nowhere to go. Didn't get slowed down enough time and went straight into the gravel. But the the white car that just went by there was the 112. So that's Matt Crane.
Got
so
it.
Crane was part of it. There's the red one that's up there, and then there's another white one. And once the dust clears, we'll be able to get a number on that one there. And I don't know in STL, is that Michael Apatow there in there as well? That's the white car that's starting to move. I'm not sure who the red one is because you can't see the number, but I'll keep an eye on that white one. But I believe that is Michael Apatow trying to get going, and he is definitely going to get going there. So we'll see that number once he gets out of there.
Luckily, he's all the way at the back end of the gravel trap, Brian, where the gravel is less deep than, well, right in the middle of the gravel trap. But now it appears as though he has come to a complete stop, Brian. I don't think he's going to get the car out, and we're going to a full course caution with 4 laps remaining here. Actually, we just did get one of the cars out and managed to extract itself. That was the red car that was down there.
Yeah, because it was
And
in
is
that.
that the 60? That's the 68, I think, of Jed Prentice, Brian, that's out there. The STL Mazda that did get out of the gravel trap. But again, we are at full course caution. We've got 4 laps remaining here. Let's check in here. In Super Touring Light, Ted Cahall is your leader with Ryan Heischman second. Jeremy Butts in third. Now Steve Wickersham in fourth. In Legends Cars, Tyler Reynolds is your leader over Bob Connor. In E-Production, we'll have to see if the Integra of Paul Marcones is still circulating, because I'm not getting a time for him in our timing and scoring system. In SPU, Jeff Walters, your leader over Tom Beverly and Hudson Williams. Again, I have to verify that those are correct. In H Production, where we had 7 drivers here, we know of at least 2 now early retirements. Chuck Allard, your leader with Ken Van Horn. Let me pull that up. Chuck Allard, your leader, Chase Rivera second. Ken Van Horn, though, showing in third as he comes across the line. In Touring 4, Dan Freeman is your leader with Jennifer Rome second. Jeff Liller third. And in F Production, Stephen Bessett with Rich Ura. Tom Gahn, your top 3.
So we talked about that, Greg, as there goes the F Production cars of Ura and Gann, excuse me. This is their second ever E-Production start. Raced SSM for a long time. Both those drivers out of the Windsor Custom stable. Both of them did a little bit of SM earlier this year during the first 2 weekends of the year down at Homestead and Sebring, tried a little bit of that. Then moved to E-Production and VIR. So having a good day so far. Richard Ura is second overall, or second in the F Production class, you said, behind Stephen Bessett, and then Tom Gann sitting in third. So some pretty good starts. Had fairly well in E-Production at VIR.
All right, so see now we are going, and checkered flag is in the air, and with I think only 2 laps remaining, thought was they weren't going to be able to get this cleared up in order to give the racers any green flag laps to finish up. So let's take a quick look here. Let me run it down again here for you. Our overall winner on track, Ted Cahall in his STL Mazda Miata. And then the rest of the STL field, Jeremy Butts, will finish second, not Ryan Heischman. So Heischman will finish third. Steve Wickersham fourth. Bob Cahall works his way up to fifth. John Jenkins will finish in sixth, with Ben Foltz seventh, Michael Apatow eighth, Griffin Witt and Kevin Conlon rounding out the top 10 in a 17-car STL field here today. Bruce Shelton, our sole GT Pinto racer. In E-Production, Kathy Leidick does indeed take the win over Paul Marcones. He shows now as being 2 laps down. In Legends Cars, Tyler Reynolds will take the win over Bob Connor. In SPU, Jeff Walters will take the win over Tom Beverly, who retired after 5 laps, Brian.
Yep.
And Hudson Williams in his Volvo only completes 2. And this morning in qualifying, that Volvo once it got by the start-finish line, it seemed to kind of hit a
Yeah, they had
wall.
some problems yesterday. I'll find out from Mark what the problem was, but definitely had some problems yesterday. I know they were working on it, and they've been working on that for a while.
Yeah,
so.
that car has been a labor of love, but they've had to do a lot of work after an incident that Hudson had with that car about mid-season last year. In H production, Chuck Allard will take the win over Chase Rivera in his Volkswagen Golf. Ken Van Horn, even having pulled down the pit lane and made a run down the pit lane. Maybe we just start calling Ken Pierre Gasly. I don't know. Actually, the difference was Gasly never went down the pit lane. Ken Van Horn, and he still finished third.
Yep.
Ken Van Horn now will finish third in H production with Rob Keller and Greg Plush. Michael McQueen and Taylor Hyatt only completes 4 laps as well. So a lot of attrition there in H production. In Touring 4, Dan Freeman will take the win over Jennifer Romes, Jeff Liller, and of course Alex Cumming retired early. And then in F production, Stephen Bessett with Rich Ura and Tom Gunn. All right, that is going to wrap things up for our final race of the morning. What we are going to be doing is we're going to be taking our lunch break, and when we come back, we will bring you race group number 4, their coverage. Unfortunately, we're not going to be covering race group 3 here today, but race group number 4, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, will be our first race that we cover after lunch. And so we'll be back in about an hour and a half, thereabouts. We'll update the folks on the stream here when we have an updated return time for us then. And, of course, we'll let Group 3 know when they need to head to the grid for their race right after lunch, which is going to be about an hour from now. Yep. All right, so I want to thank everybody for joining us this morning, and we'll see you in just a little while. Please stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Fires, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. for the song, 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 waiting for the song. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the song.
flag off.
I bet you I can predict the finishing order.
Something they do, and then to do another half later. Make sure to call the condition of the mat too.
a dream. Nice. Seemed on awfully early for that.
You see a deer, even if it's in the woods, you go waving because they can just be on it, on the track. Yeah.
And when you call, just say station 9.
Well, 44's fastest time was on lap 4. And between
All sorts of good recommendations. It really does look like Harry.
Well, that's where they filmed it.
Yeah. I was, to the moon.
Yeah, see, it's not too bad up here. No. When the air is moving. And 3-1 will be our last car. Yeah, no, 4 is on days.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Bringing you all a classic hit.
Need a ride? No. Okay.
Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
And yes, we're back here at Summit Point Raceway. It is the June MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, David Lance, and of course, Spencer Gaynor here this weekend as well. And next up is the first of 3 Spurt Bracket Road Racing Series races this weekend. And if you want to see the timing and scoring and how we break these different brackets out, you can go to the link that we pinned to the chat here. Let's run down our field here for this race, as we had 20 cars put in qualifying times this morning. Starting on the pole from Hedgesville, West Virginia, the car he calls Ghost. It's a BMW 328 IS. It's the number 20 of Christopher Graham. Trey Harper in his is it a Porsche Macan? Really?
Yes, he is.
It's a Macan. It's a mini. It's an SUV out there.
It's not a Macan.
Okay, great.
It is not a Macan.
All right, I was hoping. Well, we'll take a look. Well, we don't think he's in a Porsche Macan. We'll see him as he goes maybe down towards the bottom of the track. But
911.
It's a 911. Trey Harper in the number 9 machine. Yeah, actually, it's not a Macan. It is no, that is a Porsche Cayman. However. The number 9 machine. It looks like a GT4 RS. Kais Musmar in his Porsche 911, starting 3rd today. He's in the number 34 machine. He's out of Springfield, Virginia. And then Nick Shively in the Panos Esperante, the track-out accommodations machine from Gum Springs, Virginia, will start 4th. Ray Rachuba in his Ford Mustang, scheduled to start 5th. He's in the number 96 car. And then Steve Martin in the In-N-Out Performance Ford Mustang, starting in 6th. Scott Cook in his BMW M3, scheduled to start 7th, with Anita Barnes in another Porsche Cayman. This is a Porsche Cayman S. The Redbeard Racing machine will start 8th. Starting at 9th today, Jeffrey Walters. We saw him a little bit earlier in the Dinoco Mazda RX-8. That's the 118 machine. And then we've got Ted Eller driving the number 87 Performance Concepts BMW 330. He starts 10th. Andrew Murgasemi will start 11th today. He's in the number 137 Honda Civic Si with Steve Wickersham in the Computer Pros Mazda Miata, starting 12th. Starting 13th, it's Matt Littleton in the ML2 Motorsports BMW 325 IS, starting lucky 13th. And Iosu Arietta in the Insane Ways Motorsports Subaru Impreza will start 14th. Starting 15th, it's Jed Prentice in the number 68 Mazda Miata. He's out of Tacoma Park, Maryland. And 16th, Eric Goal out of Centerville, Virginia. Starting 16th, he's in the number 106 machine as the starter looks over the field. And green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at Summit Point Raceway as Chris Graham in his BMW leads the field over the start stripe, heading down into turn number 1 with the not Porsche Macan, but a Porsche Cayman there to his left.
Well, you've got another Porsche. You've got Kais in there in that 911 as well, so you've got a bunch of Porsches in there.
And there was a little bit of brake smoke there from Chris Graham as he came down into turn number 1. He's going to lead the field, though, through turn 2 as Kais Musmar in the blue 911 with the black hood will follow him through turns 2 and 3.
Tell you what, we're going to go a little bit further back here early on. That is going to be too wide. That's going to be Walters along with Arietta. And I believe Matt Littleton trying to stick his nose in there as well of that BMW. So again, guys going 3 wide right off the start in turn 3. It does look like they're going to get it settled down as they get down into turn number 5. Those cars have started to settle. Matt Littleton again trying to stick the nose of that BMW up underneath the Jeffrey Walters machine going through turn number 5.
All right, we had 4 other drivers we didn't get to as we ran down the grid. In the Venorius Financial Services Mazda MX-5 from Thurmont, Maryland, Jeff Liller. Got that breakfast with Jeff at the Holiday Inn. John Legg in the Motorsport Auto Mazda Miata out of Woodbine, Maryland, starting 18th. Larry Slavinsky, in the Angry Sheep Motorsports Ford Fiesta, starting 19th. And rounding out the field in the Paco's Parts House Nissan 350Z, Chuck Edmondson. And I've got a little bit of an update on, we saw Chuck, we thought had some challenges in qualifying this morning. Brian, we'll talk about that in just a little bit.
Whoa, Nick Shively get loops around there at turn number 1, locked up the brakes, and the back end swapped around on him. He's going to get into the gravel just out of our camera shot, a little to the left of it. That might be a problem if he gets beached.
Yeah, I think you're right there, David. I think that back end is going to be stuck in there. just as you mentioned, just right outside of our camera view. You saw all the dust. I can tell you, looking at the binoculars down there, he is definitely stuck, and they're asking for him to be moved. That is not a good spot, especially if you're coming through turn one. And we've seen some of these people going too wide, Greg, on occasions, and so that could cause probably a full course caution.
All right, well, we've got, at the moment, just a local caution there. So we will continue to check here and see if we're going to go, and it sounds like all they're going to do is send a truck out there to pull that car out of the gravel. And so for the moment, it sounds like we're going to keep the local caution. Now, there's a bit of a gap as we look a little bit further back in the field, and that is the Cayman of Anita Barnes, the red and white number 84, the Redbeard Racing Machine with Jeff Walters in the Mazda RX-8, Ted Eller, Andrew Murgasemi as well. Murgasemi. See, this was your opportunity, David, and I opened up the door for you. And so there you go. And it looks like the Mazda RX-8 is falling a little bit further behind. So as I was talking about, as we look at the silver Nissan 300ZX there of Chuck Edmondson, Brian, if you remember last year when he brought this Nissan out for the very first time, it had a lot of braking issues. He was fighting brake balance between front and rear, getting a lot of rear brake lockup from that car. And so as you and I were watching qualifying this morning, we were seeing some braking challenge. We thought maybe he might have lost a motor, but we saw a lot of smoke coming off with the car. And turns out, and real quick, we are going to be going to a full course caution now, as I think we've got going to have a little bit of a track blockage now, turn one, as they try to get Nick Shively's Panos out of the gravel trap there. But so going back to Chuck's car, as our leader Chris Graham is going to drive right by our pace car or safety car. So we'll see when that car deploys. But so Edmondson apparently was trying to soften up the rear of that car, and it is more or less stock. It's got a stock suspension, and what he did is he disconnected the rear sway bar. And so what was happening is, as he would go in the corners, the rear end would roll over, and he was getting tire rub. Basically. So
which is what I thought, when we saw it, because it was really only doing it when he was going
into a corner.
Yeah. So it wasn't that it was there. And again, we saw him slow down quite a bit, get it under control, bring it down on pit road and take it back and then get it fixed. But yeah, no, it definitely looked like tire rub, as you had mentioned. But we also thought, like I said, at one point, what we saw going down into turn one was probably an expiration of that motor, but that ended up not happening.
All right, let's take a look and see where we stand now, as we have some times in the books now in our first of three bracket races here this weekend. In the A3 bracket, that's for drivers a minute 19 to a minute 21, Chris Graham, the sole driver in that class. And then in the bracket, the A4 bracket for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23, Kais Musmar in his Porsche 911, and then Trey Harper in his Porsche. And I'll double check, but I think that's a Porsche Cayman. It may actually be a 911.
You'll be able to see it. He's getting ready to come out of turn number 10 here momentarily, and he's going to be slow anyway by the pace car.
Exactly. As we're deploying the safety car now to pick up the field. But it's the two Porsches in the A4 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. In the A5 bracket, that's for drivers with a fast lap of 123 to 125. Ray Rachuba in his Ford Mustang, and then the two BMW M3s of Scott Cook and Chris Schooler. In the B1 bracket, that's for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27, Steve Martin in his Mustang, and Nick Shively, who I'm willing to bet is going to come in second in that bracket at best. Well, if Steve Martin breaks out, I guess Shively might get the win. But
by sitting down there on the beach.
Yeah, exactly. And then the B3 bracket, Anita Barnes, Andrew Murgasemi. Did I get it right that time? Murgasemi. See, I got it wrong again. All right, Steve Wickersham third. I'm just giving him opportunities for this.
He's thriving in it, too.
Yes, he is.
I mean, he lost his bet already this morning, so he's going to thrive on this.
Exactly. Ted Eller, Jeff Walters. And then Matt Littleton. Is that how I pronounce Littleton, by the way? Yosu Arietta and Chuck Edmondson. That's your B4 bracket. And so, the goal here in the bracket racing is, as you are racing somebody, you can always break out of the bracket you are in and move up to a higher bracket, in which case you may be competing against somebody much further up the track from you. but you can't fall down to a slower bracket.
Yeah.
So I think that's the best way to look at it. And again, the timing, we've just got the raw position on track here on the screen, but if you want to see how each of these drivers are broken out, we've got the link to the bracket timing on, it's pinned to the chat here on YouTube.
Tell you what, when you were going through all that, Greg, driver that don't see in line, Kais Musmar, he took it back to the paddock about a lap ago, so having unfortunate issues there. Saw him a couple times last year in a different Porsche, 1996 Porsche 993 that he ran GT2, win some bracket starts. Just unfortunately doesn't have a good start to the weekend. Hopefully see him back out tomorrow if they fix those problems.
All right, so we do have 11 laps. Next time our racers cross the start-finish line, it'll be 10 laps remaining, but a lot of time on the clock. Still over 22 minutes remaining. And after we finish this bracket race here, we're going to go back to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races. We'll have 4 more races for you this afternoon. And next up, and we'll call them to the grid in a few moments, is going to be one that I'm sure you're all waiting for. It's Spec Miata. Hey, Brian, I just noticed that on our safety car, Graham Taylor's got a new set of lights on the roof.
Graham Taylor stepping up.
I'm sure they're LEDs to protect the electrical system in that Pontiac.
Oh, I tried to look through the binoculars and they're so bright, Greg, I couldn't really see.
Sometimes
Thought
bright.
I'd done going blind there for a minute.
So bright, you got to wear shades. There you go. All right, tell you what, hey, Spencer, why don't we take a look at what we've got coming up on in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this summer, because we've got a number of broadcasts coming up. However, the next race at New Jersey Motorsports Park at Lightning at the end of June, that is a broadcast or a race that will not be broadcast. Sorry to upset you all that are big fans of New Jersey Motorsports Park, but that race will not be broadcast. And next race will be at Summit Point, middle of July. And we've also been in talks with the Ohio Valley region about broadcasting the event at Mid-Ohio. And I don't think that's going to come to fruition this year. But a lot of great racing coming up as part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here throughout the year. All right, let's jump back with our bracket racers. And how are we doing down to turn 1? Have they managed to extricate the Panos?
Yeah, Nick is gone.
Okay.
Again, we're going to show a little bit of a debris flag there for at least a couple laps, because I'm sure there's been some, gravel that got thrown up on the racetrack there. But Nick has been removed from the beach. So he's back on the, I believe he's probably back on the racetrack. As a matter of fact, here he comes out of the pit lane now.
There he goes, back out on track.
Clean up the car.
There we
Head
go.
down into turn number 1.
I'm sure it's only about 40 pounds heavier with all the extra gravel that's in there now.
I think that's why he came down pit road and kind of was shaking the car, so I'm sure it's all over the place.
All right, and the lights are out on the safety car, so we will go back to green flag racing this next time by. There'll be 9 laps remaining when they take the green flag. There you go. Safety car on the pit lane, turning things back over to Christopher Graham out of Hedgesville, West Virginia in the car. Again, he calls Ghost. And the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we are back racing here at Summit Point Raceway. Now, we do have, Brian, a couple of newer drivers here in the field, like Andrew Murgasemi. Murgasemi. Say, hey, got it again. All right, and and he says his claim to fame is he beat Jeff Walters at driver's school here.
I think that was just barely, too, by the way. I don't think it was by much.
No, probably not. He's got a job in cybersecurity. It doesn't surprise me there. He wants to thank Mom and Dad, though, for buying him this car 11 years ago.
Wow.
That it went from being his daily driver to a race car. Kind of reminds me of last week I was lucky enough to announce the June sprints for, I think, the 9th year in a row. And one of the racers there, and he races quite a bit at the runoffs as well, in an E-Production BMW 3 Series, a car that he had driven as a street car since he was 16 years old and used to deliver pizzas in. and it's been his race car for like the last 12 years, and a pretty quick one. But it's always like you always get the feeling that he's if he were any slower, or he'd get less of a tip at the end of the race. All right, here as Chris Graham completes the first lap after going back to green, and he just now
Greg,
turns
we
into
got one
708.
car off down in turn number 10, and I believe that is the Steve Wickersham machine coming through there. We've got that going on, and we also have where I think we're going to get the soundboard, and that is for Armand Major.
Oh, another one of our
in
newer
that
racers.
Miata number 77. So the next time he comes by, which is coming out of turn number 10, there he is. There's Armand right there. Looks like he's going to get the soundboard.
I need to get a new picture because I have Armand's NC Miata.
He's got his red nose.
Yeah, the NC Miata.
Yeah.
Here he comes down into turn number 1 in that day glow green.
It's yellow.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
no green there.
Yeah, I guess it's yellow.
He's a little bit further back from this, but again, Steve Wickersham going off in turn number 10 that last time by, trying to get back through there, up through. Here comes Armand right there.
There he is. Yep.
In that car. So we'll see what it does. You know what, Greg? When we went back to racing, one of the things I was going to bring up is Ray Rachuba in that Ford Mustang.
Mm-hmm.
He went from like 4th or 5th all the way up to 2nd overall. Let's keep an eye on his lap times and see where he goes because he got one heck of a restart. I don't think Trey Harper thought that it was go time. Either that or he just completely didn't see the wave of the green flag, and Ray Rachuba did.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's part of the story. So Rachuba, though, is still the 4th fastest driver on track. He's currently your fastest driver in the A5 bracket. That's for a minute 23 to a minute 25. And he's got Chris Schooler and Scott Cook there in the same bracket, while Trey Harper and Moosemar directly ahead. They're, based on the laps that they ran early on, are still in that A4 bracket. Real quick, Brian, because we are about halfway through this race, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 5. That's Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid.
Yeah, I mean, that brings them up. Again, we talked about it with, Rachuba and Harper now. They're battling not only on the racetrack, but in that, like you said, Greg, in that A4 bracket too. Because Rachuba just went down to 122.937, which puts him in there, which puts him
right
in
at the top of that bracket.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Once he made that pass on the start and got that first full lap completed that moved him all the way up into the top of that A4 bracket. Wow. Again, Kais Moosmar not only finishing 3 laps, pulled it down behind the wall.
Right.
Looks like Nick Shively's going to be doing the same thing.
Same thing, yeah. It looks like he's
so
done, and I'll bet a lot of that. And there may be a mechanical issue, but I bet a lot of that, Brian, is probably gravel stuck
rocks
in the
around that place.
in the bearings and bushings underneath that car, and it'll make it a very evil car to drive.
Yeah, definitely. Not the start to the racing that you want this weekend. We saw him back out in March. Had a really good battle that weekend with Steve Martin in that number 50 Ford Mustang, who goes down the front straightaway right now with 5th overall. But, excuse me, here he's at turn number 3. Saw someone else. But, yeah, so, again, really sucks for Nick Shively. We'll see him back out later, hopefully, in a Honda B-Spec or Honda B-Spec Fit. So,
that's right.
So, go put the pants away and turn your attention to a couple groups from now and come back out and hopefully get a little bit of redemption.
I saw one of our flaggers driving a Mazda 2 around through the paddock. I was wondering how long it was going to take before Alex Ratcliffe drove the thing off on a trailer and turned it into another B-Spec car. All right, here's we've got 6 laps now remaining. And coming out of turn 10, that is we've got the white Ford Mustang.
So let's keep an eye on this. This is going to be a battle here. That's Chris Schooler. Chris Schooler started in the very back of the field.
Right.
He is right up on trying to make the pass on Trey Harper as they come down into turn number 1. That is a battle on the racetrack, and that is actually trying to make a move on Rachuba.
And he just did.
Yeah, and so that is a battle for that A4 bracket. So now move Chris Schooler up on top of that bracket, unless Schooler ends up running out on the next lap.
breaking out into maybe the A3 bracket.
Yep.
So, Brian, and we had Bulldog Racing 152 in the chat. He says Chris Schooler starting at the back, just wanting to play in traffic. So there you go. And I think he definitely got his wish. Of course, there's also somebody who we all know, Callan Crocker, in the chat, Brian. Wants to know when you're going to get back in a real race car.
The minute he gets his fixed and back on the track.
There we go.
Oh no, everyone take a big step back. No one get near the fence when Brian gets back on track. But no, Chris Schooler, though, I ran to him at Sheets last night, talked to him for a little bit. Yesterday, just as with everybody in the test day, didn't really get a good reading on the car. Skipped qualifying this morning, didn't show up until this afternoon. But he's had
What did he buy at the Sheets?
Well, he might have had a late night. I saw a coffee.
Was he at the liquor cabinet?
No, it wasn't that bad of a.
All right.
It wasn't that bad of a day, but no, Chris. We saw him race a little bit this year in some of the Mid Atlantic Road Racing Series and Big Bore, where he's had a couple good fights with bringing the fight some Porsches. Last time out at VIR during the Big Bore group, finished 5th overall in a group that basically had TA2 cars, NASCAR Cup cars, a bunch of stuff. So that T1 kind of classed BMW M3 that he has. Really, it's a really good piece of equipment for him, and that motor is basically all stock in it.
Yeah. All right, Uzi, let's take a look here. We just had that between Rachuba and Schooler a moment ago. Let's see if we can pick up. There they go, going through turns 3, and as they head through with gravel and sand and dust through the air at 3 as they come down into turn 5 now, and they have the Porsche of Trey Harper directly behind them now as he's joined the conversation as well. And at the moment here, Rachuba back in the lead. When we look at those 3 cars, we'll continue to watch. It should be noted Chris Schooler did not break out of the A4 bracket. So whoever leads that group, at least now when they come across the line, is going to lead that bracket. Chris Graham, again, all by himself in the A3 bracket.
Which is going to point that out, Greg, though. When Chris got around Rachuba there and kind of got that cleaner air in track in front of him, he went to the top of the charts, though, on the A4 bracket, but Rachuba got back out in front. Looks like he doesn't go to the top, though, but Christopher Graham out in front right now. He's does a lot of HPD and time trials here with the Washington, D.C. region about a month ago. He broke the Max 4 track record with a 1:17.994. So on April 26th, just about a month and a half ago. So still about, with that time he has right now, still about 3 seconds lower, but really good run today. Leads A3, so another good run going for Christopher Graham.
In the paddock, second call to the grid for Spec Miata, race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, Spec Miata. This is your second call to the grid. Your race is next. David, and it's great to see, as we've had a number of racers here in the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series come directly out of the Washington, D.C. region's HPDE, as well as time trial programs, as well as a number of racers coming over from the solo side of the house. And it's been a very nice home for them, primarily because, as we say here, any engine, any tire, any chassis, you can bring the car out, and as long as it's got the appropriate safety equipment in the car, you can race it, and there's a home for you in the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series.
And it's a good learning opportunity, too, coming up from time trials, or as you said, HPDE, kind of getting to this, learn a little bit of the racing and everything, and then when you feel ready, jump into one of those, big bore, small bore categories.
David, let me jump in here a little bit. So we saw Chris Schooler here trying to make that move up with Ray Rachuba. Chris Schooler very, very slow by the start-finish line, I believe, headed down into turn number 1. So again, Schooler having some issues at the very end of this race with just 2 laps left to go.
All right, there it is. And as we watch now, I think there's Rachuba's white Mustang, and indeed, no BMW nearby.
He's still back here in turn number 3.
Yeah,
so he's very well off the pace.
All right, is coming now underneath the bridge. Oh, actually, I believe, here we go.
Right
Chris Graham coming out of the final corner. He's going to see the 1 to go board here. 2 more miles to go for the BMW driver. Again, he is our sole racer in the A3 bracket for drivers, a minute 19 to a minute 21. Rachuba now back to the lead in the A4 bracket for drivers, a minute 21 to a minute 23, with Trey Harper in second because Schooler is having those issues and Kais Moosmar had already retired. So Harper just now crossing the start finish line, and yes, it's a Porsche Cayman. Finally verified that it is not a Macan, although that would be, I think that would have been pretty
fun
wild.
to watch. Yeah.
We've had the Audi A4 wagon out here racing. I would love to see some, in a jacked up SUV racing here, which I think we would allow, frankly, if it had the safety equipment. Scott Cook, your leader in the A5 bracket over Steve Martin. Cook in the BMW M3, Martin in his Ford Mustang. Ted Eller is going to take the win in the B1 bracket, as Nick Shively is already retired. Jeff Walters in his RX-8 over Steve Wickersham. That's in the B2 bracket for a minute 27 to a minute 29. Anita Barnes with the lead now over Andrew Murgasamy. See, I almost got him. I almost got him.
Effect back at
as long as you didn't have to say it first. In his Honda Civic, and then Matt Littleton third. In the B4 bracket, Eric Goal, Jed Prentice second, Chuck Edmondson third, and then in that B5 bracket, it's a minute 33 and up. Jeff Lillard, John Legg, Larry Slavinsky, as the checkered flag is out now for Chris Graham and all following racers. We'll check here to see if anybody breaks out. But I don't.
Someone usually does.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody typically puts one in. Let's see. Trey Harper just crossed the line at a minute 21.3. That's still not enough for him to break out. Jeff Liller at a minute 33. Look at that. So Liller has been leading the B5 bracket for a minute 33 and up. His very last lap, he turns in a 133.003. He was 3/1000ths of a second from breaking out into the B4 bracket. So they're
going from that B5 to B4, ends up finishing third, I believe, in that.
Well, he stays in the B5 bracket. He didn't break out.
Oh, 3. That's right. He had a 003.
Yeah. He didn't break out, but it was awfully darn close.
Hey, look, good to have Jeff back. I know that him and Mark shared a car last year, and unfortunately that thing. So.
Yeah, so this is his first race back after replacing the chassis after a pretty unfortunate incident towards the end of last season. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for Spec Miata, race group number 5. Your race starting in just a moment. Race group number 5, Spec Miata, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. From Summit Point Raceway, it is the June MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Don't go away.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
An all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're Spec Racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
And because Michael Collins got tired of waiting, we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for the June MARRS, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and now Spencer Gaynor going to be joining us here on the microphone with David Lance here on the Magic Buttons, pelling up the views here for Spec Miata.
Hey, real quick before you do that, I have reinforced the table so Spencer doesn't beat on the table.
If you hear any strange banging,
that's Spencer
Gaynor behind us
may or
going
may not
nuts.
have been damaged from last time. They fixed it, got it right back as new, and now we're ready to go.
Very good. All right, let's run down the starting order here for Spec Miata. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 128.082 from Davidsonville, Maryland, driving the Windsor Customs Mazda. It's Michael Apatow. Starting on the outside of the front row, starting second in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors Mazda out of Oakland, New Jersey, and representing the South Jersey region of the SCCA, it's Michael Amena. John Hotz will start third. He's in the number 63 Hot Stuff Racing car. He's out of Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, with New York's and Classic Car Club of Manhattan's John Jenkins starting fourth in the number 195 car. Dylan Witt will start in fifth position inside of row number 3. He's in the number 85 entry out of Roanoke, Virginia, representing the Blue Ridge region, with Chris Rawlings starting right alongside. Chris is in the number 35 car. That's the Rossini Planet Miata Mazda. Then we got Scott Witt starting 7th today. He's in the number 84 car. He's out of Monetta, Virginia, with Kip Gaynor in the number 44 machine. He starts on the outside of row number 4. He's out of Durwood, Maryland. Jeremy Butts in the 69 entry will start 9th. That's the CVET Windsor Customs car, with Ben Foltz from Peru, Vermont, starting in 10th position. He's in the number 5 car. Chase Kovach in the KSA Federal Flat Out Motorsports Mazda will start 11th today. He's in the number 13 car with Eric Gerchak. Great to see Eric coming up from Statesville, North Carolina. He's in the MTP Autosports G-Lock Brakes Mazda, and he starts 12th. Starting 13th, it's Griffin Witt in the number 06 car. He's out of Monetta, Virginia, with Bill Gartner starting in the number 7 car out of Wyomissing, Pennsylvania. The Windsor Customs Penske Racing Shock entry starts 14th. Starting 15th, Naif Altalawi from Blacksburg, Virginia, is in the number 08 car with David Gass in the RP Performance Mazda. The number 81 car starting 16th. Starting 17th in the 00, it's Keegan Manning. He's out of the Blue Ridge region with Matt Crane starting 18th in the 112 car. In the True Crane Motorsports entry, Adam Witt will start 19th in the 05 car with Sylvester Stafford. They call him Sly. No kidding. He's from Laurel, Maryland. He's in the number 19 car. He starts 20th as the pace car is on the pit lane, turning the field over to Michael Apatow and Michael Amena as the starter now looks over the field. And does he see what he likes? He does, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway. Apatow and Lamena. And Lamena getting a great start. Apatow from the inside lane. I don't know if he missed the gear, but he did not get a great start. He falls back. John Hotz tries to jump through and around. Don't think he's going to make it all the way up to the front, but the white number 63, well, he's right alongside Mike Lamena now as they head into turn number 1.
I'll tell you what, John Hotz did really good. We've got two cars up and around over top out of turn number 2 going through there. So again, a lot of cars trying to maneuver and get into the same spot onto the racetrack.
Yeah, I was just about to talk to you about that, Brian. Going down into turn 1, especially in a start in class like this, talking about Miatas in particular, it is tight, it is dense. You watched it the second they crossed the stripe, they instantly jumped to 3 wide. That top 5 chart were 1, were 3, and then 2, and then 3 again. Dove straight into turn 2. Actually managed to get settled out pretty well to the point where they were pretty evenly 2x2 all the way around. But in the second they got out to turn 2, got a little more dicey, and that's where we see that incident where they're now holding a standing yellow down turn 2 right now.
All right, and a lot of dirt in the air over at turn 5, and we are going to a black flag condition here at Summit Point. So we're going to have all of our drivers get under control. They're going to be bringing the cars onto the pit lane as we've got our emergency services teams going and looking at the incident over there coming out of turn number 2.
Yeah, so we're going to have all the Laps probably see if we can get them by one more time before we bring them back into the pit lane. We're probably going to have some tire wall impact. We saw that very briefly, so we're likely going to get the emergency services down there to not only get that car out of the way and then put those tires back on there, so we will have a little bit of downtime there.
So, yeah, you know what, Spencer, it seems like some of the stations got the black flag out in time, some did not. So half of our field is going to be kind of coming through where our incident is. They're going to throw the red flag out now. Well, they're going to throw the red just so that the cars stop right there, not to go through the incident, so that we can get them stopped beforehand. Again, some of the cars saw the black flag. They came down. Some of them did not. So some of the stations may not have gotten them out because it was a really quick call. And so we don't want to have those cars driving through the incident while we have people running back and forth on the racetrack. So stopping them down in turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We obviously want to get cars stopped. We don't want them going past the incident. It looks like the further back cars definitely got the chance to see the black flag and they pulled into the pits. Whereas likewise, it looks like the first 1 through probably 15 and more cars did not get a chance to see it. It's likely the flaggers were unable to get the flag out in time, but they're obviously doing their best. They're doing an excellent job keeping the race safe and under control. So we threw the red flag as soon as it was clear the racers were not all in the pit lane, and now they're stopped. And as soon as we get everything out of the way, we're going to go back to hopefully green flag racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this, because I think it's going to be a few moments as we've got our drivers, the ones that have already returned to the pits. They're lining up on the pit lane. And hopefully we'll be going, as you said, going back to green flag racing here in just a few moments. But what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick little break. Let's go, and we will put the timing there up on the screen. And we'll take a little break. As soon as we get an update, we'll flash hopefully a restart time on the screen for you. But we'll be back here in just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway, where we are under black flag conditions in Spec Miata. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway. It is the June MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. We are currently under black flag conditions here at Summit Point, and we're still looking to clear the incident that we had coming out of Turn 2 on the opening lap of the Spec Miata race. We have gotten word that when we go back racing, we'll have a single file restart for these racers, but still going to be a few minutes before we get to that point. As soon as we get more information here in the announce booth, we'll let you know over the public address system, over the PA system, as well as on the YouTube stream. So you have plenty of time to settle back in and watch when Spec Miata racing continues here at Summit Point. So hold tight, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more action. And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway. It is the March MARRS. Or not the March MARRS, it's the June MARRS. Wondering why it's so hot in March around here. It is the June MARRS.
Where's the rain? Where's the snow?
Exactly. So much like in like a lion and out like a lamb. Anyway, we are back underway for Spec Miata, and let's give you the parameters, as we've just learned from race control. As we send our racers onto the track, they are going to come around behind the safety car. We will have a single file restart, not double file, but a single file restart. We should have the field back in the original starting order with Michael Apatow at the front of the field. Mike LaMena, John Hotz, John Jenkins, Dylan Witt, Chris Rawlings, Scott Witt, Kip Gaynor, Jeremy Butts, Ben Foltz, your top five, although we did get word, actually, a couple of those cars, they won't be there with us because it looks like the drivers that were involved in the incident were Scott Witt in the number 84 car, Ben Foltz in the number 5 car, and Chase Kovach in the number 13 car. And so they will not be joining us for this restart. The clock now, have not seen the clock start. I thought it might have started when they crossed the start-finish line, but it will start when the green flag is out and the first racer crosses the start-finish line. We'll have 10 minutes on the clock for this race.
And I think we still see one of the Witt's cars sitting down near like the entrance into the
in the parking lot.
Shea Summit there. I think that's the 05 machine sitting down there.
Yeah, we did have.
I believe that's Adam.
Yeah, Adam Witt. We had after the incident, we did have a number of the drivers from the Witt clan pull in to check what the status was of Scott Witt, who was involved in that incident, and so a couple cars we don't think are going to be heading out for this shortened race, as the lights are now out on the pace car, and we will go to green flag racing this time by.
May want to turn the chair around and look directly down into turn one again this time.
Yeah.
Don't want to jinx it.
Well.
And so, so as opposed to the double file restart, we have somewhere around 30 cars in the field right now as the pace car heads to the pit lane. If I'm at the tail end of this field, I'm going to be watching that flag stand at turn 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because as soon as the starter throws the green flag and green flag is in the air, all of our yellow flags will drop.
And we're through one again.
And here we go. And we are underway, and the clock starts 10 minutes and counting here at Summit Point. So let's bring up our ticker, and you'll be able to see that as our pole sitter, Michael Apatow, leads the field down into turn 1 with Mike LaMena in the blue with Dayglow yellow or green numbers. The 88 car second, John Hotz in the white 63 will follow the field through. And for the most part, we're all single file. A couple drivers opportunistic there at the back of the field trying to make some passes, but looks, gentlemen, a lot cleaner coming through too.
So let's take a quick second and talk about what 10 minutes left on the clock means for this race right now. Average lap times in this class tends to be between 1 minute 30, 1 minute 20. That means mathematically you're likely to get at most 7 to 8 laps around this course. That cuts shy the 15-lap race we were planning in half at least. That means this race just became a dash to the finish, which means every driver obviously does not want to be the next one to cause an accident, but they do want to be jockeying for position. There is not a lot of time to play your time because there just is not a lot of time left. So you're going to see drivers start to make aggressive moves if they want to get positions they want right now.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad you were able to figure that out because it would have taken Greg the entire race to figure out.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm glad that was Spencer doing that. As a look, we got a battle here for the lead. That is between Michael Apatow and Michael LaMena. They were side by side. What does that do? That brings Hotz involved in that. That brings Jenkins, one of the Wits as well, along with Jeremy Butts. Haven't seen Jeremy Butts up front in an SM car in a little while. So he's right up in the battle.
And my Brian, as we just saw, oh my gosh, all of a sudden, Mike LaMena, thank you, go and poke inside of Apatow going into turn 10. It had the effect that I thought it was going to have. And it was going to slow both of those racers down as they went down the front straight. And, I mean, it was just, unfortunately, poorly timed there by LaMena as now John Hotz moves over into second place. LaMena drops back into third. And then we've got Dylan Witt and John Jenkins as they're side-by-side coming through turn 3. And they still haven't figured it out. as they come down the through the chute.
Jeremy Butts trying to stick his nose in there as well. I think Jeremy Butts is going to get in front of Jenkins. Again, kind of out of the same little tent over there. So look for those guys to work together as this race counts down. Again, as Spencer was talking about, you're not going to get very many laps. Whatever moves you're going to make, you have to make now. You can't wait with 4 or 5 laps to go. You got to get it done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. We saw Mike LaMena get into a pair coming down into turn 1. We saw like a 3-way draft, 2x2, all the way down into 1. And ultimately, yes, Greg, it was mistimed that Mike LaMena was not able to secure any further position, but ultimately was a very successful maneuver by Mike LaMena, who originally started this race, I believe, back in almost 20th position and is now vying in the top 5 for a position elsewhere.
He started off on the outside of the front row.
Oh, well, never mind. He has actually lost something seriously.
Yeah, see, exactly.
My pad is wrong. Never mind. Mike, you're doing great.
Stephanie, we need some cookies and brownies up here. Stephanie, we need cookies and brownies. I tell you what, everybody getting single filed out now going down into turn number 1. We've got a little battle going a little bit further back side by side. That is actually, I believe that's going to be Tom Gahn in the 49 and Abdullah Khan in the 67. They were side by side going into turn 1, but everybody else is pretty much single file. You're going to have one car going, coming out of turn number 2, and then you see right here, guys, getting on the side there with the gravel. Again, that's the Spec Miata line. They're going to use every bit of that racetrack they can to try to get that drive off the corner.
Every little bit extra. That's why you see a little bit more tire into the gravel, into the dirt as they go around and around. So I expect we'll be seeing a good bit of dust and gravel in the air by the time this race comes down to the wire.
I think we ended up with a little side-to-side contact there between Chris Rawlings and I believe Kip Gaynor in the 44 into one of the turns. Doesn't look like any positions changed. 35 still there. Eric Gerchak going to move up and move around, I believe, the 07 there as they come back through.
All right, real quick here as we've got now about 3 laps remaining. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention the paddock. Second call for race group 6, improved touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, improved touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid as we had there right at the front of the field there. Great battle for the lead there between Apatow and John Hotz. The 2 white cars right at the lead and jumping to the front. Is that John Hotz who's just now taking over the lead?
That is. We have a new leader in the number 63 there. John Hotz has moved around Michael Apatow coming down into turn number 1 and up and out of turn 2 and into turn 3. So you can see John Hotz leading by about a car length and a half now over Michael Apatow. Then another 2 cars back, Spencer, all the way back to Michael LaMena.
Yeah, Michael LaMena is falling a little bit off the pace. But in general, I want to take a quick second to look at lap times in general. Currently, top 2 positions right now are running at 128.5, 128.52. Very, very close in lap time. And then back to 3, it's 128.6. So currently, fast lap is usually in the, like I said, it was between 130 and 120. I imagine that's because of the conditions of the track right now. It's very hot. Drivers are sliding just a little bit. We saw with a little bit of that gravel and dirt in the air. And especially now that we're coming down to possibly 3 laps to go, you're going to see those times maybe stay around that range as drivers continue to fight for every single inch.
You know, you're talking about the track conditions here, Spencer, and one of the drivers that doesn't seem to have a good settle right now is that Chris Rawlings in that 35 machine, as he's dropped all the way back now into 9th after starting 6th. He's dropping back 3 positions and now is under attack by Eric Gerchak in that 121. Again, Eric Gerchak knows these cars really, really well. Look for him to move up not only today, but look for him to move up even tomorrow as well.
Yeah, you know, and I'll tell you, as Gerchak is certainly new to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, we raced against him at VIR just a few weeks ago. He's been a stalwart in the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. Actually came to the SARC Series after a pretty notable career in circle track and dirt track racing, Brian. Matter of fact, you and I saw a race that Gerchak did at Carolina Motorsports Park about 5 years ago, where he took the win both days down there and has been very, very strong. But I believe this is his first event here at Summit Point.
Yeah, at one point, Eric Gerchak raced in the Hooters Pro Cup Series.
That's
and then
right.
went on to race in the Super Cup Stock Car Series as well there for a little while before moving out of that and then getting into these Miatas. So he's got a lot of experience, not only on the road course, but the ovals as well. He's been a fierce competitor every series he's run.
A little under 3 minutes to go. 2 updates for you, this time from teammates. First in the line, we're going to talk about Mike LaMena, currently now moved up into second position, still behind between about 6 and 7, possibly 10 car lengths back behind John Hotz. It looks like Michael Avatoff fell off the pace and is now going to maybe buddy up with Michael LaMena as they dive down into turn 1 to possibly fight for it, but not buddies for long because now he's making a move to the inside. Let's see who gets the fight in here.
Tell you what, you're right, Spencer. It looks like Apatow tried to make a move. Butts had nowhere to go. Tried to pick one of those cars to go with. He couldn't do it either.
Didn't have it.
Mike LaMena still holds on Michael Apatow, but now Jeremy Butts is going to come out
he's on the
side by
warpath.
side with Michael Apatow. So he's going to put Michael Apatow in that position, and Michael Apatow's actually going to give it up there.
Apatow, aggressive, tried to secure LaMena, but lost it anyway. Other half of that update I wanted to finish on was Kip Gaynor was originally fighting in the top 10 after that incident, but I believe there may have been an incident, probably put 4 off, and is now trailing. I believe standings have him sitting back in 26th position.
Yeah. Who?
Well, look, yeah, there he is. He's coming out of turn number 2. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think going off there, that may have been the car that went off down over in turn 3 when we were talking about the lap before. So,
all right, as minute 25 left on the clock, and our leaders now, John Hotz, Mike LaMena, and Michael Apatow coming into the final corner onto the front straight. They're going to see the 1 to go board now on the starter stand. 2 miles, 10 turns remain. John Hotz, as he comes across the line into our view right now, he's got maybe 10 car lengths now on, not Mike LaMena and Michael Apatow, Mike LaMena and Jeremy Butts, another 3 car lengths. Back to our pole sitter, Michael Apatow with Dylan Witt, John Jenkins, Chris Rawlings behind. And we haven't said anything about this, but Dylan Witt in that number 85 machine, he got behind the wheel of the car knowing he had a family member involved in that incident on the first lap. There's got to be a lot going through his mind, and as he's been able to put that, kind of couch that, and run a real good race here this afternoon.
Tell you what, trying to make that move. Drivers left there. Greg, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but that car really got loose. Was able to hold on to it. Still going to go side by side with Michael LaMena. Now you've got Apatow going to make a move. Drivers right. Coming out of turn 4. Wow.
LaMena. And LaMena's possibly going to lose another position to John Jenkins as Jenkins tries to sweep around the outside. Going into turn 5. We'll pick him up now as they come through the carousel for the last time. And it is Hotz. It is then Jeremy Butts. Then it is Mike LaMena and
actually it's Dylan Witt.
Dylan Witt, pardon me. Yeah, in the blue car. Great move by Witt. Then Apatow. And then John Jenkins, as that now will push the other blue car back in behind the line.
You have to imagine John Hotz has the distance, but can 2-3 be a fight for it all the way in? Last chance to do it.
All right, as they come onto the front straight, starter's got the checkered flag in hand. It is waving for John Hotz in this shortened spec Miata race. He is your winner. Jeremy Butts will finish second. Dylan Witt, who started this race in 5th, will take the last spot on the podium. Pole sitter Michael Apatow will finish 4th. John Jenkins 5th. Mike LaMena, who started on the front row, will finish 6th. Chris Rollins, 7th. Eric Gerchak, who started this race in 12th, will move up 4 positions. He finishes in 8th. Bill Gartner will finish in 9th. Gartner started 14th today. And then Eric Gerchak, who started this race. Where did Gerchak start? And I'm looking all.
He started back in 12th and finished
12th
8th.
position, and he finished in 8th position. Naif Altalawi will round out your top 10 behind Bill Gartner. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for this shortened Spec Miata race. Next up, let's make a final call for them right now. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That is Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. All right, gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceway. It is not the March, but it's the June MARRS, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
It is the June MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor. And we are back. And, of course, David Lance. How could I forget David here? Let me throw this up on the screen so I can remember. As we've got our Improved Touring and B-Spec racers heading out on track for their first of 2 races this weekend. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole, our sole ITS racer here this weekend in the Motorsport Auto Datsun 240Z, hailing from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's the Professor Jeff Lucas. Starting on the outside of the front row in the ITA RP Performance Mazda Miata from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Joel Gambino. Wade Herron in the Rockhouse Mazda Miata, hailing from Manassas, Virginia, will start third. Glenn Evans in an ITA Mazda Miata. It is the number 10 Performance Auto Works machine. He'll start fourth. Starting fifth today, Peter Doan from Medford, New Jersey in the Autobella Detailing Toyota MR2. He will start fifth in the number 59 machine. Justin Shepard in the number 100 ITA Shepard Racing Mazda Miata. That's the other Justin Shepard.
The real Justin
The
Shepard.
real Justin Shepard.
Yeah, this is the real Justin.
All right, well, the other one with the V8 supercars may not agree. All right, he's from Hempstead, Virginia. He's going to start sixth. Starting seventh is Jed Erdahl out of Fairfax, Virginia. He drives the number 22 ITA Mazda Miata. Joseph Paternity MacArthur in the Speedwell Racing Team Mazda, hails from the Plains, Virginia. The number 51 car starts 8th. Starting 9th in the number 69 ITB Frederick Motorsports Mazda Protege, it's Scotty Holman. He's your ITB pole sitter. Giovanni Crisafulli from Virginia Beach, Virginia, will start 10th today. He's in the number 41 ITA Mazda Miata. Then we got Rich Allen. He's in the number 44 ITB Volkswagen Golf. That's the Frederick Motorsports machine. He starts 11th. Starting 12th, our B-Spec pole sitter, driving the number 103 Rat Sport Performance Auto Works RP Performance Mini Cooper. It's Alex Ratcliffe. Alton Fryer will start lucky 13th today. He's in the number 89 ITB Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002. Nick Shively in a car that probably isn't bouncing around from gravel right now, driving the number 83 B-Spec Honda Fit. That's the track out accommodations machine. He'll start 14th. The number 92 Volkswagen ITB GTI of Levi Wallace, and Joe Manowski in his ST7 track out accommodations Mazda RX-7 will round out the field in 16th as the pace car now on the pit lane. The starter looks over the field and green flag is in the air. And as suspected, our sole ITS car in the field, driven by Jeff Lucas, will jump out to an early lead here as he heads down, leads the field down into turn 1. He's got probably another 60 horsepower or so on Joel Gambino's Mazda Miata. Now, as they come into turn 1, again, Jeff Lucas, our sole ITS racer here this weekend. Going into turn 1, Gambino will lead T. Wade Herron and Glenn Evans through. Wade Herron had a great weekend just a few weeks ago at a vintage event here called the Jefferson 500 that Brian, David, and I were lucky enough to call. And he's off to a good start as well as he holds off Glenn Evans, the number 10 machine, going into turn 3.
Wow, Glenn Evans has fallen all the way back, Greg. So that's not Glenn Evans.
No.
That's actually, I believe, Justin Shepard in that black one, because Glenn Evans has fallen all the way back into the clutches into our ITB classes with the Richard Allen in that 44. So he definitely either A, missed a shift on the start and tried to recoup it down into turn 1, or something just maybe a miss on that car, because it went nowhere.
Oh my! All right, and we look towards the back of the field. Nice little battle forming up now between the number 92 ITB Volkswagen GTI and then one racer that we did not have on our starting order, Patrick Pegues, in the number 36 Alfa Romeo GTV Coupe out of Leesburg, Virginia. And so the orange Golf there and the red Alfa going at it at the tail end of the field as our leaders now coming onto the front straight and taking the point here. It is Jeff Lucas with about a second or so on Joel Gambino. And, Spencer, we saw this back in March where Joel Gambino was able to stay within Jeff Lucas's draft for the first number of laps, and that was enough to help pull the Mazda away from the rest of the field. As we look a little bit further back in the pack now is our ITB leader, Scotty Holman, having to deal with some of the ITA Miatas as they work lap number 2.
Well, yeah, the Mazdas obviously have to work together even if they're not in the same class. I mean, the ITA class is just great to look at because it's Mazda, Toyota, Mazda. So just seeing everyone just try to use the, that's kind of the fun part of like interclass racing is it's not just about racing within your own group, but it's also about, hey, there's a car making a huge hole in the draft that's a little bit faster than me on the start. I'm going to duck in behind them, see if that can't pull me the extra few feet, especially with the way that Mazdas are held together so tightly.
All right, as we now watch coming through the carousel and then up through turn 8, we have a new leader here in ITA as Wade Herron in the green number 61 machine has gotten around former MARRS champion Joel Gambino as they come onto the front straight, and right behind him, Peter Doan in that Toyota MR2, which has such good straight line speed, not quite as nimble as the Mazdas, but still a strong chassis there as he now moves up to 3rd in ITA.
Tell you what, they go down into turn number 1. You can see right now, there's Wade Herron, and I tell you what, Joel Gambino not going to go away. Tried to make the move, getting all the way over to driver's left. Herron staying right there in the middle of the racetrack. They started to go side by side. Joel Gambino decided to get out of it and then ended up allowing Herron. And I tell you what, guys, as we come out of turn number 2, you see, I think Wade Herron has a problem, Greg.
Oh, yes.
Now there goes Gambino, and now there goes Peter Doan in that MR2 going by him as they go up into turn number 3. Let's see if Wade Herron can keep the pace up as they go down into turn 4. It looks like something may have happened coming out of turn 2 to lose that momentum.
Yeah, that
temporary loss of power.
Yeah, that he just wasn't able to get a good drive out of turns 1 and 2. Maybe turned in a little bit early there at turn 1, and it affected him all the way down. He was able to hold off Peter Doan in that MR2 here. So, but the problem is that all the ground that he made up on Joel Gambino's number 31, he's going to have to do it all over again.
Well, the car looked strong at the beginning of the race. Again, not sure what happened there coming out of turn number 2. Maybe got a little sideways down in the middle of turn 1 that we weren't able to pick up. But it does seem like he is back with the same amount of power. Just got a lot of room to make up. I talked about Glenn Evans. He's starting to reel in Justin Shepard in that 100 machine. Again, Glenn Evans getting a terrible start at the beginning of this race. There you see him coming right into your screen right now.
Yeah, as they're running now 4th and 5th in ITA. Now a little bit further back, and they're about 8 seconds back. Scotty Holman in the yellow Mazda Protege as they come across the line. Now he's having to they now come under braking in the turn 1. He's got the 2 ITA Miatas of Joseph Paternitti MacArthur and Jed Erdahl directly ahead of him, and there's really just nowhere for that little Mazda sedan to go there as he's getting bottled up quite a bit behind him as they're going 2 by 2 once again, and looks like now Erdahl has managed to keep Paternitti MacArthur behind him.
I tell you what, the driver that's really kind of liking to see that is that 44 machine of Richard Allen, because he is starting to move in just a little bit, but now it looks like we're going to see Scotty Holman. He's going to go driver's right, try to pass that number 51 machine.
Yeah, and as they went through turn 5, Brian, he had actually fallen back to the back bumper of the Miata. I think that's not going to speak well as they come into the carousel. Let's take a look, and indeed, he's going to be the trailing car. But again, every time these Mazdas go through, the Mazda Miatas here, Spencer, go through a corner side by side, and you can see now Scotty Holman basically using, I think, what last chance he thought he had to stay away from Rich Allen, had to get around at least one of those cars. Otherwise, Rich Allen was going to be behind him here coming into 10.
I was going to say, that's very well done on his part. I saw him try to make that move on the outside of 5. That is definitely an aggressive move to make. It not always successful. The bright side is if you can hold it there, that does put you on the inside for 6 and 6A, 6B. So you would think if you can keep it, maybe. It didn't seem like he had it, but then just drove it in and kept it in 9 and took it for himself.
Yeah, that was Jed Errol in that 22 machine, and he thought, Holman thought, well, 8 tires are going to be better than 4, so if I move out, at least he'll hold me from going all the way out as well.
Oh my God!
Through that, so that was kind of a power move, just like you said, Greg. He had to get around the 22 and that 51 machine. If not, Richard Allen was going to start moving in front of him.
Hey, I want to also mention here Joe Manowski driving the number 45 spec. Now we call them ST7s. He's heading down into turn 1 right now. I don't know if we can pick him up. If we can,
right
here, David. There he is. That beautiful gold with white machine. That's a car that used to be owned by our former regional executive. Armbrust was his last name, and now I can't even remember his first name. Anyway, Wayne Armbrust, thank you. Joe is our chief of tech here, and so it is few and far between when he has the opportunity to take his race car out on track, and this is the first time this year that he's been able to, and great to see him behind the wheel. Joe used to run Volkswagens here in the IT classes. Oh, Joe, don't lock up the brakes while we're all watching you, man.
That's going to lead to a vibration big time on that car.
The Volkswagens that he used to race at ITV never locked up the brakes like that. But Joe's been racing here with the Washington, D.C. region in the MARRS series, I think, since the mid-'90s. And again, great to see him behind the wheel. He puts in he and his whole family puts in so much time so that all of these other racers have a safe chassis to run on, that they do the technical inspections every single weekend that we're racing here. And I've known Joe. Joe used to build splitters for my race car years ago, and he is just so devoted.
So
and
in
his
other
whole
words,
family
he made a lot of money back when you were racing.
Yeah, absolutely did. He created so much downforce at the front of my CRX. That's why I always spun the thing, because there was nothing but lift at the rear of that car.
Blame it on Joe.
It was his fault.
Absolutely. There you go. So glad.
Tell you what, we're going to have to take up a collection, a GoFundMe page for that right front, because I think that right front's got one heck of a flat spot on it.
Was that the front or was that the rear?
Look like it doesn't matter. You're going to have to get a GoFundMe page.
I think I could see the whole front of the car going and vibrating up and down. Kind of looks very much like Nick Shively's Panos after he went through the gravel trap.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if we can, let's go ahead and just keep the shot here for a second, because we're going to have another battle here again in ITA between Joel Gambino and Wade Herron in that number 61 green Miata. I tell you what, Herron is starting to run Joel Gambino down. Last time by, 0.4 of a second faster on that lap. Here they come out of turn number 2, headed down into turn number 3. So,
all right, and it looks like Giovanni Crisafulli has just brought the white number 41 down onto the pit lane.
Almost had a flat tire myself.
I was about to say, I don't know what that was. I want to take a second to talk about Joel Gambino and Wade Herron. Obviously, you're seeing that fight continue on your screens here, but it's a very interesting fight because Joel Gambino does no longer have the small loan of $1 million he got on that start by catching some of that draft to pull him forward. Wade T. Herron made an aggressive effort. Seems like he had it. We had that moment where he seemed to have lost power coming out of 2, and we looked like he wasn't going to be able to recover it. But on the bright side, like I was saying, Joel Gambino no longer had the draft to really pull away, which meant he was kind of stuck out on an island. He didn't quite have the draft in front of him. He had no partners behind him. And so Wade T. Herron, with consistent high lap times, I believe he currently holds the fastest lap. No, he's second place, second fastest lap of the day right now, especially as Jeffrey Lucas sets his own fastest.
Yeah.
But now he has actually managed to pull within, I believe, 2 car lengths in the carousel. Is gapped back out closer to 3 or 4, but he is gaining on him bit by bit every lap.
Yeah, he's last time by was about 0.7 of a second, behind Gambino, just as you were mentioning there, Spencer. But I tell you what, as they get into certain parts of the racetrack, that's where Joel gets to be a little bit better, and then Wade Herron gets a little bit better, especially on the backside. Mm-hmm. That's where he closes up. It's all about getting through, obviously, the carousel as quickly as you can.
Yep.
That sets you up of how you're going to get through turn 10. That is what we consider the longest straightaway here.
It's all about turn 10.
It's all about staying on the throttle as much as you can, especially when you go into turn number 6. You want to be on the throttle all the way between turn 6 until you get off going to entrance into turn number 10. If not, you've got a lot of throttle modulation. It's going to be tough to get a good lap, and that's where some of these cars are falling off a little bit, especially when they get closer to another car.
We're just talking about how Wade T. Herron is getting stronger in the back half of this course. You just saw it once again back within 2 car lengths, coming out of 8 and coming to 9 right now, and not even drifting out that wide, just keeping a very good control of their speed, and they're coming all the way up under the bridge right now, and this is where Joe Gambino will once again get some wind in his sail and begins to pull away one more time.
Tell you what, good battle going on just behind that
him.
right here as well. They're going to go put Manowski a lap down. That's Peter Doan. That's Justin Shepard, the real Justin Shepard in the 100. That's the battle for the last podium spot in ITA.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7. SSM, please head to the grid. Race group 7, SSM, please head to the grid.
There you go. There you see it. Justin Shepard's going to make a move there, Spencer, on Peter Doan going out into turn 1. We talked about in the opening. There's two really major passing places here, and that's getting on the brakes down into turn 1 and into turn 5. Justin Shepard making it look easy on that pass against Peter Doan.
Oh yeah, he's still there. It's not quite to be. And he gets a little loosey-goosey, almost puts the right rear into the tires there, into the gravel, but he holds onto it. But now that's going to scrub enough speed that they're once again going to too wide. You saw it pass in turn 1. What's the other spot? It's turn 5, and they're door to door as they head on in.
I tell you what, Justin Shepard's got to stop thinking about driving like his father on dirt. He's got to keep that car as straight as possible coming up through there. He's seen a lot of dirt races. That is going to help him, but it also is going to hurt him. They're still not
too
figuring
wide
this
in the
out.
6.
Still have not figured this out, Spencer. They're still going to go too wide. Justin Shepard gets
wants to touch the dirt again.
And the Patrick McGee's car, the ITB Alpha, gets out of the way wisely now as both of those racers make it past. Now with Peter Doan taking over the position, but as they spent all that time back behind or going side by side, that has now brought Glenn Evans, I think, a little bit closer into this fight, as Evans now is less than a second behind.
Yeah, I was going to say Evans is starting to reel both of them in pretty quickly, especially if we're going to look at it here going down into turn 1. Shepard wanted to make that move, wasn't able to get deeper that time, going to pull in right behind Peter Doan. That's going to bring, Spencer, Glenn Evans in that white number 10. Again, had that bad start. He's starting to reel him in. He could be in the catbird seat for this last couple of laps to pick up that last podium spot here in ITA.
Yeah, if you're third in that group, if you're that white car behind the two black cars you're seeing going over the hill right now, you are licking your lips looking at these two cars battling it out, because that means the air profile is so large. You have all the draft you want to catch them, and any mistake means you can capitalize as they once again go too wide into 5.
All right, gentlemen, as we watch this fight coming through the carousel, we talked earlier about Rich Allen catching up and starting to close down to our leader in ITB. And of course, now he has taken over the lead there from Scotty Holman.
May have gone off.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm hearing. Now, the other part of this now is the number 44 car just was given a warning for breaking the sound control limits of 103 decibels here. So he's going to have to keep that under control. Otherwise, Alton Fryer, who is currently 8 seconds back from the lead in ITB, might be gifted a win. And there's Fryer there as we just watch going down into turn 5.
Again, that's your leaders right there. As Gambino gets really, really loose on entry in ITA. Here comes the battle for the last podium spot. Again, as you said, Spencer, I won't use those words, but he is licking something in order to get pulled through there.
Worse.
No, he's got it in his helmet. He's got his helmet in there. His head is in this race.
Look at him.
Glenn
Blood
Evans
in the water.
is peeking through, saying, I have not gone anywhere, gentlemen.
All right, and we've got a local caution now over at the exit of turn 3. Before we get to the turn 4 flag stand, is one of our ITA Miatas is off driver's left. Going to try and get the number on that car.
That might be Gambino.
No, that's not Gambino. If anything, that's Heron.
Heron.
In the green.
Yeah, I believe that's T. Wade Heron in the green number 61 machine. Backing it up now, trying to get back on. Going to have to try to do it. And that's exactly what it is now, as the new battle for third, or now actually for second in ITA between Peter Doan, Justin Shepard, and Glenn Evans, is our second place racer, Wade Heron, ended off track on the exit at turn number 3, really just opening things up now for Joel Gambino in the blue 31. Our new racer, he was our race leader, but he's now got almost 10 seconds on the rest of the ITA field. There's Gambino going in the 1. Is that battle now for second heads down.
I told you there was blood in the water. He was patient. He waited. He saw them fight all the way through the carousel, found an opportunity and took it and secured it as he got under the bridge and took it into 10. You know, if you don't like the licking the lips thing, I think Brian made it infinitely worse, personally.
I tend to agree.
Somebody. That's how much fun we have up here when you get drivers that they get strapped in this race. And today is Saturday. It's not Sunday. These guys are going after it, nose to tail for the entire 15 laps, getting everything they can. Tell you what, Glenn Evans moving back up on the back bumper there of Peter Doan in that Toyota MR2. Don't believe any one of those is going to catch Joel Gambino.
No, not at this point. Again, they're almost 10 seconds in arrears at this point. But, as we watch the third car in this line here, Justin Shepard in that black number 100 car, Brian and Spencer, as he came down and into the chute there, he actually dropped his left rear wheel into the dirt over there just to open up that corner, the fastest corner on the track, that much more, maybe pick up a half mile an hour, a full mile an hour, and close up ground to those two cars ahead, under braking in the 5.
Tell you what, one of the races we have not talked about so far and that is in that B-Spec. Nick Shively leading over Alex Radcliffe by about 6.5 seconds. And I will say that early on in the race, Alex had a problem with that car coming out of turn number 2. Almost it was just dead stopped coming out. Was able to get it going again, but it lost all that ground to Nick, as you can see him now, just now coming up into turn number 3, Nick going down into turn number 5. So that's 6.5 seconds, although Alex was a second faster last lap.
All I know is Nick Shively might want to go and hide that Honda Fit behind the trees or something after this race is done. Earlier this week on Facebook, Alex Ratcliffe, who has seemingly built almost every single B-Spec or different B-Spec chassis here, is the 100 car or the 10 car of Glenn Evans going side by side with Peter Doan now into turn 5. It looked like he might have gotten the move made going through the chute, but then Peter Doan, who had the inside position, was he able to hold him off now as they come through?
That's what Evans in the front. It's Peter Doan and Justin Shepard.
And Shepard now. And Doan, who was running second, now finds himself in 4th position as he gives up spots to both Glenn Evans and Justin Shepard. But going back, Alex Ratcliffe was on Facebook this week with a 2-car trailer and 2 Honda Fits there for his next B-Spec build. And Nick Shively better watch out because Alex might be using his as a parts car.
Well, I tell you what, again, a full second faster than Nick Shively, and that number 83 was Alex Radcliffe in that 103. So again, next time our leader comes by, Jeffrey Lucas will be getting the 1 to go.
Attention in the paddock. Race Group 7, SSM, please head to the grid. SSM, race group number 7, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, again, Alex Radcliffe going to run out of time. I think that if we were doing a 20-lap race today, Greg, he may be able to run him down a little bit. Then again, Shively could be, looking in his mirror and knowing that Alex is just managing the gap that he has.
Yeah, and big difference is Shively is in the past couple of years here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, he's raced Mazda Miatas, rear-wheel drive, very balanced cars. He's raced the Panos, much higher horsepower, but rear-wheel drive car, having to learn to manage the front tires and the brakes on a front-wheel drive car like a Honda Fit. It's a very different kind of racing, and he may be doing a very good job of it right now.
Well, Greg, I tell you what, I think you put the driver's curse on the announcer's curse on the driver.
Right.
Richard Allen dropped out. He's not in lead. Now Alton Fryer, who you said early on could end up picking the win up in here, he just went by the start-finish line down into turn number 1. He is now your new ITB leader with Levi Wallace in the 92 and then Patrick McGee's. They're both 12 and 13 laps. Richard Allen only completing 9. Scotty Holman only completing 7.
All right, as Levi Wallace, we're going to see him crest over the hill now, just crossing the start-finish line to start what should be his last lap now with not his last lap. One more lap to go. Levi Wallace, though, 32 seconds back. There is Levi. Want to get a good shot of the orange Golf heading into turn 1. So running second now in ITB, about 30 seconds back from Alton Fryer. Patrick Pegues Well, he hasn't crossed the line yet. We'll see Pegues start his last lap here in just a few moments as we check back in with Jeff Lucas, our race leader. Where is Jeff?
I think he should be coming up through turn number 8 now, getting ready. He's probably up right there, coming through
third car line.
Yep, right there.
All right, and again, Jeff is our sole ITS racer this weekend. That's why we haven't spent a lot of airtime on him here. As Alton Fryer puts Patrick Pegues a lap down, and right behind them all is Jeff Lucas, the professor. He's going to come to the line, and with checkered flag in the air, your winner in ITS is Jeff Lucas. In ITA, taking the win, Joel Gambino, as Glenn Evans will finish 7 seconds in arrears. Justin Shepard, a second and a half back from there. Peter Doan will finish just off the podium in 4th. And Doan might have run his tires off here early in this race, Brian, as he ended up 4 seconds back from Justin Shepard at the end. Joseph Paternetti MacArthur, will finish in 5th. Over in B-Spec, Nick Shively does take the win over Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe was closing things down at the end, but still about 2.5 seconds separating them. And taking the win in ITB, Alton Fryer, Levi Wallace will finish 2nd. Patrick Pegues will finish a lap down in 3rd. And of course, let's also again give mention to our sole ST7 racer, Joseph Manowski, finishes 15th overall. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with SSM action here from Summit Point Raceway. It is the June MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Don't go away.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's take 2 here for the June MARRS, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg, who can't seem to figure out where I am and what I'm doing. Brian Donati, David Lance, and Spencer Gaynor. And Brian, it's probably because it's getting awfully hot in here.
I'll tell you what, it's 86 outside. It's probably 90 in here.
Yeah, we're feeling it in here. All right. Also feeling it behind the wheels of their cars. We've got 23 SSM drivers for the 1.6-liter NA Miatas that set qualifying times this morning. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1:29.599 in the RP Performance FART Mazda Miata, Jordy Fuhrman. John Hotz out of Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, in his Hot Stuff Racing entry will start second. Christopher Kelly in the RP Performance RileyKelly.com Mazda, the number 132 car, will start third. Arif Kazim from Silver Spring, Maryland, in the Redline Oil entry will start fourth. Starting fifth, Nathan Lucas in the SODC Region Racing entry, that's the 67 car. He starts fifth. Luke Fedowitz in the number 75 car from Ellicott City, Maryland, will start sixth. Starting seventh, Jay Bindrum in the Mind and Body Clinic number 88 starts seventh. Zach Augustine in the Convenience Tire and Auto entry will start eighth. Starting ninth in the number 22, Elias Heating and Air Conditioning entry. We could use his help right about now. Mark Sylvia. And then starting on the outside of row number 5 and 10th, Ron Etzian in the number 76 entry. I'm sorry, that was Elias Heating and Air Conditioning. We should talk to Ron, not to Mark, as the pace car is on the pit lane. We'll talk about the rest of the starters here in just a few moments. But first, we're going to turn the field over to Jordy Fuhrman as the starter looks over the field. And green flag, very early, green flag in the air. And we are underway here at Summit Point Raceway and getting a heck of a push down the front straight. And heading down into turn number 1 is Jordy Fuhrman, as Chris Kelly in the yellow number 132 gave him a heck of the shove. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, as John Hotz tries to come around the outside there, and he cuts off Chris Kelly going into turn number 1. The yellow 132 might have got caught behind as they come out behind the trees, Brian, and leading the field, it is John Hotz with Jordy Fuhrman now, I think, side by side with Kelly, with Arif Kazim directly behind, as well as the 75 of Luke Fedowitz now as they come down the chute.
I tell you what, we have seen over the last couple of years here, Greg and David, when you go to the outside of turn 1 and you stay outside there, you build all that momentum up. You can get back on the gas just that much earlier and that much quicker. And what ends up happening is it throws your car into the front of the field really quickly. You get great drive off. And that's what John Hotz has done here in this race to go out in front of Jordan Fuhrman.
Yeah, absolutely. Just that little bit more momentum can push you to the front, especially in these kind of cars where they have about 107 horsepower max in them. But Hotz coming off that win a little bit ago, a lot of momentum from that Spec Miata category. And Jordy Fuhrman, though, a lot of confidence with him this season. He finished second at both races back in March. It swept the weekend back at VIR as we got a little bit of dirt that's coming up from turn 10.
That's Luke Fedowitz in the number 75 machine as he dropped off into the gravel and gets that car back underway. He's going to lose a couple of positions, though, as they come across the line. Jay Bindrum in the 88 car is going to get around him. There is John Hotz will lead the first lap with Jordy Fuhrman, our pole sitter, second, Chris Kelly third, then Kazim, then Bindrum, then Fedowitz, Mark Sylvia, Zach Augustine in eighth, Kevin Gaiman, and Ron Etzian. And Etzian, who started this race at 10th, that's where he'll stand, as we've got Samantha Etzian in the chat cheering Ron on.
Tell you what, John Maslin didn't complete a lap there, as John Maslin now is pulled inside of our cutout here, just below our tower in that number 16 machine. So John Maslin having a problem.
All right, and we had the 9-7 car come down the pit lane, and that's Scott Kane. Looks like his day ends early as well.
Say car going off there through the dirt there at turn number 5, got a little forced off. It was in that Parker Moden, Nathan Reynolds, Richard Ferry battle. So got to see who that was when we get that call that comes in.
That was Zach Augustine in the 12. So Zach getting 2 wheels over top of the over top, kind of almost in that berm part of turn number 5 in that dirt, and made that car turn. But you're right, going to lose a little bit of momentum, going to have to fight back, just as we saw Luke Fedowitz in that 7.5 machine that went off in turn number 10. Tell you what, you're going to lose the momentum. It's going to take you about a lap and a half to get that momentum back to where you need it, if you've got help, David.
Well, I'll tell you, David, before you jump in, we've got, as you were talking about Zach Augustine, talk about youth before experience here. Augustine, 16 years old. It's his first year in wheel-to-wheel racing. And, of course, he, like every young kid, they either dream of being an astronaut or being a race car driver. And so he obviously dreams of being a race car driver, got brought into this as he's been a very good friend of NASCAR driver, and we all know him here in the area, Minnie Terrell.
Yeah, definitely. Good relationship between those two families. Zach, though, been really impressive this year so far. Had a couple top 10 runs. When he saw the track, basically racing the track for the first time, back in March, had 2 top 10 finishes, and then went to VIR. Never saw that place before. Had a good run where he had 11th to 6th in first race. A little unfortunate, though, in the second race, though, where he had a little bit of contact, was up to about 4th or 5th, got a little bit of contact, turn 1, got knocked off track, dropped a little bit back. But still, for seeing that track for the first time and how tricky it is, he had impressive runs so far, and another impressive run going so far.
Well, I'll tell you what, the good thing nowadays is with all of the simulators that's out there in the sim racing, whether it's iRacing or any other type, it is easy to get into a car, get into a sim and run the track and then turn around and try to incorporate that in the race car. The only difference is you can't just hit escape once you're in the car. So you have to back everything up. I've talked about this over the last couple of years. Back the corners up if it's your first time at a racetrack. Work on getting through those corners. Once you get through those corners, then you can start to work through everything else in order to get the best optimal lap you can at that weekend. Greg, we got a car over off driver's left.
Yes.
Or driver's right. Looks like it got into turn number 10 and then got hooked. And then back up against the tire wall.
And unfortunately,
that is Miranda Price.
I was just going to say, I think that's Miranda Price. Unfortunately, our camera there, succumbing to the heat right now, so we're not going to be able to pull that up. But I believe you are right.
I think it is Miranda Price.
Yeah, it's Miranda Price driving the 08 machine, and that's the car that's over there. And so Price in a car that took on some damage back in March. She and her father, Brian Price, had it ready to go for Virginia International Raceway, and it looks like she is off again. Now, Miranda did post up on Facebook earlier this week that the family's building up a new race car. I think it may be a B-Spec Chevy Sonic. Nice. So we'll see. We may see her in another car soon enough, but it looks like she's okay. We've got a local caution now over at turn 10 where John Hotz leads Jordy Fuhrman, Chris Kelly, Arif Kazim, Jay Bindrum, Luke Fedowitz, then Zach Augustine, Mark Sylvia, Kevin Gaiman, Ron Etzion getting around Kevin Gaiman. So all the Etzion folks there will be happy to see that. As our camera is back momentarily. So real quick, I gave you the top 10 here that we're starting this race. We'll run down a few more here. Starting 11th today was Kevin Gaiman in the Dwarf Racing RP Performance entry, then Miranda Price, Parker Moden. And Moden now, what did we say? He's now moved up into 11th position. He started 13th. Zachary Sainz in the Sainz Motorsports number 99 machine out of Charlestown, West Virginia here. Scott Kane, who retired early, as did John Maslin. They started 15th and 16th. Nathan Reynolds out of Stafford, Virginia in the RP Performance entry, started 17th. Davey Ahern in the Bluestone Racing RP Performance car. Richard Ferry there started 19th in the number 94. Then James Roberts in the Jim Roberts West Main Auto car. And Jim's been racing with us here at the MARRS Series for many years. Curtis Fredericks, George Kovach, and John Grahor rounding out this field as our leaders now onto the front straight. And they will now complete lap number 5, starting lap number 6. Let's see who we can pick up here as we jump through turn 8 now and heading up the hill. Brian, who do we have?
Well, I tell you what, that is the Jim Roberts machine there, and he is actually leading Curtis Fredericks along with Richard Frary and then Davey Ahern as well, just a little bit further back.
And that's
Looks like
14th position now, so he's made up a number of spots.
and we got one car there coming on to turn number 10 now. We'll get that number. Definitely has some left front damage.
Yeah.
The fender looks like it's popped
That's
up.
the number 94 car, and that's Richard Ferry out of Catonsville, Maryland, out of Baltimore area. And just as Miranda Price had gone off at turn 10, a call about that fender was coming in. That race control has been trying to determine whether or not they should bring that car in, and whether or not there's a chance that fender may exit. I guess it's the driver's side fender, exit stage left.
Yep. Getting word that 08 machine at Miranda Price doesn't have any steering. So it's not going to be able to move that car. So.
Likely broke a tie rod when it impacted the tire wall over there, so they're going to need to tow that out. And from the looks of it, they may, with 10 laps to go, they may leave her there.
A long time to be sitting in that spot.
Yeah.
I think maybe something broke coming out of turn number 10.
Yeah.
And that's how she got over that way. I don't think it went off and hooked. I didn't see any dirt there until after the fact. So, again, she's going to sit there. Got a great battle going down into turn number 1. If we can look down in there, Spencer, that is going to be for the overall lead. Jordy Fuhrman is now going to get around John Hotz. So give Jordy Fuhrman now the lead here in our SSM race, as he has gotten around John Hotz. Had a great run coming out of turn number 10, heading down, and stayed in John Hotz's draft. We know John Hotz likes to come off of turn number 10, Greg, and move to the right-hand side of the racetrack. Fuhrman anticipated that move and went with him as well, and then when John moved back to the left, Jordy Fuhrman stayed right there on that right rear of that car and was able to give him the lead.
All right, and Fuhrman, who is our 2025, he's our defending SSM MARRS champion, looking to pick up his second consecutive championship here in the MARRS series. And Fuhrman has darn good pace coming down through the hill. He's a little bit later on the brakes than John Hotz is. And, we saw, I think, John Hotz getting into, and we may see this as this race continues on. John Hotz, we've noticed in years past, he'll make a number of lateral moves from side to side, trying to get into the mirrors of the driver ahead. We'll see what he does here on the front straight. I don't think he's quite close enough, and if he moves over to the side, he may lose the draft that he has right now from Jordy Fuhrman as they head down into turn 1.
Tell you what, one of the things also, Greg, is you've got the 08 Miranda Price car. They've dropped the yellow that's there in turn 10, so everybody has seen that car for quite some time. As again, we're about halfway of this race. I tell you what, that means that, again, you don't have to worry about, do I have to get the pass before I get to that flag, stand right there. I can do it at any time.
Tell you what, watching John Hotz here and Jordy Fuhrman down the front straightaway, Hotz had a really good run on Jordy, just decided to stay tucked right up behind him as they went turn 1, and again, just follow him around now. Maybe took a little bit of a peek to the inside at turn number 3, but filed quickly back in line, so he might just be trying to wait now, trying to find the right moment to get by Fuhrman.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 8, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. This is your first call to the grid. And actually, I believe we've got a Gen 2 car joining us here as well this weekend. So Spec Racer Fords, this is your first call to the grid.
Yeah, Brian, you talked about drivers utilizing sims, different sims to understand and learn tracks. The driver sitting in third that was just coming up the hill at turn number 9. They're going to be coming under the bridge here in a moment. Christopher Kelly talked a little bit about him this season, or yesterday. First full-time season he's doing, did a couple SM races last year just to kind of get his comp license and, try to figure out what he wants to do. But he came to the SSM this season. First time ever at Summit, actually. It's not first time in an SSM, so he had a little bit of help there. But when they went to VIR, he's never seen VIR before. So he said, using stuff like iRacing, Assetto Corsa, just trying to learn everything you can before you get to a track and apply it. And he had a very impressive runs where he was basically nose to tail with Jordy. Made a little bit of a mistake there towards the end of the first race. Got a little bit kind of overzealous about how he wanted to make a move when he went down the hog pen, went to the outside and caught the marbles there, and it just kind of threw the car into the grass, but then was nose to tail again with Jordy on Sunday the entire race.
Well, that car's got a really good pedigree, right? So that came from the Scott O'Rourke That was a Scott O'Rourke's machine for years. So that car has been running up front here for several years. So Christopher Kelly getting in that car and keeping it up front is pretty good. As a matter of fact, I think both of the O'Rourke's sold their cars over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Chris Kelly, 23-year-old, recent UMBC grad with a mechanical engineering degree, so definitely learned about how to work on the car. Him and his father down there have been working on the car together all weekend, so it looks like they're just a little bit behind with John Hotz and Fuhrman, but still, really impressive run. Was 6th in the first race of the year at March. Already definitely an improvement, up to 3rd, running the entire time. As he's about 5 seconds back to John Hotz, and then about another 3 seconds behind him is SRFx.
Yeah, I tell you what, we're getting, I think that's the 12 car, Zach Augenstein pulling off. I can't see, is that?
Might be the 95.
No, that's the 90. Yeah, that's one of the 90s cars. I think that could be, is that Nathan Reynolds in the 95?
That's exact. Yeah, I think that's right. That would be the 95 car.
Yeah. Tell you what, as Miranda Price gets out of the car and comes over the wall, so again, getting very hot in there, had that time to get in and get out of that car. So
yeah, good
back over the wall. Obviously not too happy. You could see her walking away, walking over to
somewhat dejected, yeah.
into the back into the paddock, saying, "You know what? Leave the car there. Somebody else pick it up."
All right, watching a nice little battle. Zach Sainz in the number 99 machine with Jim Roberts and Curtis Fredericks now, as they've all just reset their fast lap. And I'll tell you, Sainz, although he's got 13 seconds to get to Parker Moden, but he's picking up a little ground on Moden in the last couple laps.
Well, I think that is Parker Modem that's in front of him, I believe.
Well,
or behind him at this point.
I think might be a little further. I think
Moden's a little further up the road. Moden in the Gulf livery, the light blue with orange striped car, and I think he's a little bit further. Yeah, I think he's just coming into 10 now.
Because the green car is the 113 of Gaiman.
Tell you what, as they go down to turn number 1 real quick, got another side-by-side battle for the lead. It was Jordy Fuhrman and John Hotz. Hotz pulled out around to the driver's right, popped down line behind Fuhrman, tried to get a little further into the braking zone. Unfortunately, couldn't get it, though, so he'll file in behind.
Yeah, so that's Ron Etzi.
That's Etzi, and then Kevin Gaiman behind. Yeah, with Zach Augustine. Yeah.
Yeah. Parker Modem's further back. He's back here just now coming out
of right. Yep.
Okay.
All right, yeah. So Parker Moden there running in 11th position as he completes his 10th lap. As we've got 5 laps to go, and let's see if we can pick up our leaders if we can, as we've got that new change in position.
So as it looks like coming down turn number 5 into the carousel now. Jordy still holds it though, just by about a car length or two over John Hotz, and here they come into the frames. They're going to just set up right near the curb. They're going turn number 8, get a good run up for 9.
The same thing we hear on the radio every single event here. Gonna need the sweeper truck.
Yeah, apparently some of our SSM drivers, well, they're taking that SSM line, coming out of turn 3, dragging a lot of gravel back out onto the track now. As our leaders come out of turn 10, Fuhrman, as they come across the line with an advantage of just about 3/10 on John Hotz, and Fuhrman doing a very good job of defending that. Look at this, Brian. He moves over 2/3 of a lane. he basically lets John Hotz see the entry point into turn 1,
and that's about it.
And that's all he's got. And Hotz would have to move over like a car width and a half to get around and to move underneath Fuhrman going into turn 1. Very good defensive racing, and we see there where John Hotz is trying to fill the mirrors now, even coming out of turn 2. He'll move side to side. He does this very often, even coming out of turn 3 and going into the chute. And, and I've said this time and again, and look, John Hotz has won plenty of races, so I'm probably not probably not in the right position to say it. But he spends more time, I think, a lot of times moving laterally, moving from side to side, as opposed to moving straight ahead, and it puts him at a disadvantage. That he's not in a position to make the pass because he's just
Well, the car
half
scrubs
or
off
low
speed,
carb.
and these cars here are all about momentum, right?
Exactly.
The minute you get off that throttle, and believe me, I know oh too well, the minute you get off that throttle, it takes that much longer. Now, with John moving, I guarantee you John's not coming off the throttle in certain parts.
But every time you move side to side,
you scrub speed up.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You're going sideways, not forward, or not forward as much.
But that's the wily old veteran move of John Hotz as they come down past the start-finish line again. John Hott's going to move all the way over to driver's left. Fuhrman's going to hold his line kind of in the center of the racetrack, gets that entry in. We'll see whether or not John's going to be able to make the over-under, or are they going to be side by side when they come out of turn number 2?
Attention in the paddock. Race Group 8. Spec Racer Fords, please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few minutes. Spec Racer Fords, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Say Hotz there wasn't able to get around, got side by side with Chasm as they went to 3, but then they single filed back out. Still
They got next to Fuhrman, not Chasm.
Oh, excuse me.
Yep, because we've got one car going off into turn number 10. Let's hope that car can keep going. It's the orange.
I believe it's the 194.
Or 94. Is that Richard Ferry?
It might.
Oh, 06. Sorry.
Yeah, the 06 car. There's no 06. We'll get the number here. It is the
198.
Yeah, it was very close to 06. It was the 198 car, Curtis Fredericks, out of Winchester, Virginia. He does manage to get that car back underway. And I'll tell you, Brian, he was just full on the throttle. You were to watch as he's pitching the steering wheel from left to right to try to keep the nose straight here. As Jordy Fuhrman now, as they come across the line to complete lap number 13, Fuhrman with perhaps his best advantage over John Hotz, and it was about 3/4 of a car length.
So it wasn't much more. No. It was 3/4 of a car. It wasn't even a full car length, but yes. And that really could have really set the table. If Fredericks wasn't able to get out of that, that would have changed the whole dynamic of this race, because at that point it would have been tough if he would have been able to get out of there.
Caution. Yeah, exactly. All right, so next time by, our leaders will get the 1-to-go board here, but currently working lap number 13 of 15. Jordy Fuhrman, John Hotz have opened up almost 6 seconds on the battle, the two battling it out for third. Actually, that isn't a battle for third, because Chris Kelly's all by himself in the 132 car. Arif Kazem, who is currently running 4th, is almost 5 seconds in arrears. And so it's going to take a Herculean effort for Chasm to take over a podium position here as our leaders now coming underneath the bridge. And they will see the 1-to-go sign here as they come onto the front straight. The only traffic directly ahead of them is the 198 of Curtis Fredericks, who we saw just a few moments ago go off at turn number 10. They may not even get the Fredericks before this lap and before this race is done, as Fuhrman now goes to the inside to try to cover John Hotz. And as they make the run down into turn 1, Hotz, he's not in a position to even attempt to pass that time through. He's going to have to stick right to the bumper, and time starting to run out for the 63.
Well, I tell you what, Jordy Fuhrman, who does a lot of videoing, right?
Yes.
He has got a camera in the front of his car. He's got a camera in the back of his car. I guarantee you Fuhrman has studied John Hotz every day, probably, knowing what those moves are going to be. The last time they came by off of turn number 10 to get that 1-to-go, Greg, Fuhrman moved all the way over to the driver's right, which is John Hotz's move.
Right.
Hotz moved over and then moved back. Jordy kept that position.
Which he had
John had to come all the way back to keep the draft. Wasn't able to get it, and that opened up by about a car length and a half.
And again, made him slide all the way over to the right, to the left, back to the right, all time going sideways, not going forward. And so Jordy Fuhrman and John Hotz, they are going to be coming up on the 198 machine as they go into turn number 8. And that car, big slide from the 198 machine. I don't know if they're going to be able to get past the 198 before they go into turn 10. They may have to check up just a little bit. This might be John Hotz's
and there goes the 198 off.
Oh my gosh, as the 198 goes around on the final lap, Jordy Fuhrman has to take to the grass John Hotz comes almost to a complete stop. Jordy Fuhrman's going to take the win. John Hotz will finish second, and Chris Kelly will finish third. And both of our leaders, Brian, as they had to take evasive action with the spinning car directly ahead of them. Great heads-up racing from both of them to avoid absolute carnage. And Jordy Fuhrman, as he was through the grass, Brian, that car sideways, that's the last thing you want to do is be four wheels off the pavement. But Jordy Fuhrman will take the win. Margin of victory 5 seconds over John Hotz. Again, Hotz had to come almost to a complete stop. And Chris Kelly will finish third. Eric Chasm will finish fourth. Jay Bindrum fifth. Zach Augustine sixth. Luke Fedowitz seventh. Ron Etzian will finish eighth. Kevin Gaiman will come home in ninth. And then finishing in 10th position in the number 22 car, that is Mark Sylvia.
Tell you what, round of applause to John Hotz getting that thing woed up as quickly as he, especially Jordy Fuhrman taking that evasive maneuver through the grass.
I don't even know if John Hotz has taken a breath yet since turn 10.
All I know is, and you talked about Jordy Fuhrman, the video. Not only does he have cameras all over his car, he is a videographer by trade.
Yep. That's going to be look for a nice interesting
Look for
post
Jordy Fu, JORDIFU on YouTube. And that's going to be, I'm sure that'll be on there within the next couple of weeks. That's going to be one heck of a video. All right, next up, our final race of the day. Head to the paddock. Final call for Spec Racer Fords. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Fords, this is your final call to the grid. All right, gentlemen, I think we need to take a breath now, and we'll do that. And we'll be back in just a few moments with our very last race of the afternoon here from Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Don't go away.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay.
Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wrr.com. WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the June MARRS presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Next up, our final race of the day. It's the Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 and Gen 3. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, representing the Surf Shop from Boyd's, Maryland, with a qualifying time of 1:20.815. Driving the number 55 car, it's Sam Schechter. His Surf Shop teammate from Gibson Island, Maryland, driving the number 81 car is Stephen Shue. He'll start right alongside on the outside of the front row. Brian Cates, driving the number 127 Cates Engineering Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, will start third today, with Joe Blanks from Chesapeake, Virginia, driving the 74 and starting fourth. Starting fifth today, it's Ryan Lawrence from Tracy's Landing, Maryland. He'll start fifth in the 88 car, with Matthew Polk in the MSI DFAT Services entry starting sixth. Starting seventh today, Keith Frazier in the alltackle.com Liqua Moly entry. He's from Annapolis, Maryland, and he starts seventh. Starting eighth today from Oakland, New Jersey in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors machine, representing the South Jersey region. In the 8 car, it's Michael Lamena. Robert Skinner will start ninth. Robert is driving the number 23 McNichols Company Rumen Racing entry, and he's from Washington, D.C. Kevin Silbert will start 10th. He's in the number 14 Surf Shop entry from Columbia, Maryland, with J. Mark Wendling driving the 3 car. He's in the Doggone Racing entry. He's out of Littleton, Pennsylvania. Mike Kosuth will start 12th. He's in the number 5 Surf Shop entry. He represents the Philadelphia region. And starting lucky 13th, driving the number 16 machine from Richmond, Virginia, it's David Lanning. Bruce Kreminga in the Doggone Racing number 31 car comes to us from Millersville, Maryland. He starts 14th, with Ron Rice, out of Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, representing the Philadelphia region in his Surf Shop entry, starting 15th. Kurt Breitinger in the Wayward Sun Motorsports cars out of Martinez, Georgia, representing the Buccaneer region. Want to welcome him to the MARRS series. The number 28 car starts 16th. And rounding out our 17 car field, driving the number 33 Surf Shop entry from Swoop, Virginia, it's Nick Astarb.
Tell you what, Nick's been around a long time in that Augusta Motorsports. I think when I first started driving the Legend car here, I think we bought all of our safety equipment, and I mean the fire extinguishing equipment from him at Augusta Motorsports.
Well, you know, he says the first time he was ever here, Brian, 1972.
Yeah, he's been around a while.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a spectator, a worker, and a racer. So he's been here almost since the very beginning. I was 3 years old when he first came out here. He's been racing now for 20 years. And he is, Brian, in our sole Gen 2 car. So he's got the 1.9 liter Ford Escort motor in the car, and he's got the H-pattern 5-speed box, whereas the Gen 3 cars should all have the sequential gearbox and a 1.6 liter aluminum head motor here. That's what's going to separate them. But the pace car now heading to the pit lane, turning things over to the blue 55 of Sam Schechter. Stephen Shue, his teammate, to his left as the starter, is now looking over the field, and the starter waves the green, and we're underway here and racing at Summit Point, our final race of the day. We got a lot more action for you tomorrow, though, as our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Gen 2 racers head down towards turn 1, and they are still side by side as they come into the first corner. Stephen Shue actually had a little bit of an advantage under braking, but Sam Schechter, little bit deeper, maybe 3 feet later on the brakes is he, and he's going to lead the field out of turn 2.
Tell you what, Stephen Shue, now Brian Cates, they're going to go side by side, coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. I don't think that's been settled yet. They're still somewhat side by side, with Brian Cates trying to fight back on driver's right to get past Stephen Shue as we come down into turn number 4, David. It does look like Brian Cates is going to get the early position there in second over Stephen Shue as they head down in turn 5.
Just got there as they got into the corner, got the job done. So it looks like Sam Schechter going to be out in front with Stephen Shue already, or Brian Cates already a little bit behind, with Stephen Shue in third, Joe Blanks fourth. But Ryan Lawrence, though, making his first SRF3 start, kind of not really a racing debut, did an SSM race in 2024, took a couple years off, kind of focused a little bit on school, but now back in his SRF3 out of the surf shop, number 88 car. Been pretty good in practice so far, been kind of time-wise where he's wanted to be. So it looks to, I think, pretty much talked to him yesterday for a little bit, said the goal is just kind of finish the race as high as possible, but mainly just bring the car home clean and focus on what you need to do for tomorrow. As they're pretty much going to single file out here on the first lap, start to get situated. This is basically, again, as we've talked about so many times, you've heard so much for the SRFs and everything, it is a momentum class where you need to get the rhythm going early and keep that rhythm pretty much stable throughout the race. You don't want to try to battle too hard with people, lose a bit of time. So that's pretty much what they're doing out in front. Sam Schechter, where he's been all the season, basically in first.
Yeah, pretty dominant season right now by Sam Schechter. Again, Sam was in a pretty good heavy battle last year for the title as well. Didn't go his way towards the end. But I tell you what, there's a good battle going on right here, and that is with Kevin Silbert, Robert Skinner, Mike Kosuth, and just in front of that, you had a good battle with Michael LeMain in the 8 machine and Keith Frazier in the number 7. Keith having a problem during qualifying, went around in turn number 1, was able to get it going again, but I don't think the qualifying session was something where Keith really wanted
Not
to.
really representative.
Look for that time to really come down and move up for the board, hopefully for tomorrow's race.
All right, as our leaders come out of turn number 10 onto the front straight and completing lap number 2, there we go. It is Sam Schechter, who is now running almost 0.7 of a second faster than Brian Cates and Stephen Shu behind. Ryan Lawrence slotting into 4th in the number 44 car. Joe Blanks, Keith Frazier, Matt Polk, Kevin Silbert, Mike LeMano falls to 9th, and Robert Skinner rounding out your top 10. Nick Astarp in that white number 33 car. He just now crossing the start-finish line again. That car down about, the Gen 2 cars, down about 15 horsepower from the Gen 3 cars. That's where we'd expect him to be here as our leaders now coming down into turn 5.
Tell you what, great battle here for that 4th position, as you guys were just talking about, with Ryan Lawrence and Joe Blanks. Ryan Lawrence got around him last time. Joe Blanks not going away, sitting right there on that back gearbox of Ryan Lawrence. Doesn't want to let him get too far ahead because they got to work together as closely as possible if they want to run down that number 81 and Stephen Shu sitting in the 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. With Keith Frazier there, really waiting in the wings to see how this battle progresses and maybe try to make a move to get another spot or 2 ahead. But Ryan Lawrence, though, I mean, he's done coming up with a lot of experience from karting, did a bunch of rentals, K100s, 200 karts and everything. So it's not like this is the first ever time racing. And, he hasn't been racing for a while. He's been racing for a long time. So in karting, you bring as much experience as you can there. Does a lot of sim racing, so as we've talked about how much the sim helps, been helping him a lot this year, been getting a lot of practice in. As we're going to have a side-by-side battle here as they come up from the start-finish line. It's, again, that Kevin Silbert, Michael LeMani, and Skinner battle.
And Mike Kosuth there side-by-side as well. Great little fight now as Silbert in the black and green number 14 doesn't take over the position, but he holds off Robert Skinner. We had Kosuth and LeMana as they came out of turn 10, were side by side right behind them, and then Bruce Kreminga only about 3 car lengths back from there in the bright green machine.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's going to be one heck of a battle once they come into the screen there. You've got 2 wide, now almost chance to go 3 wide, just a little bit further back. Again, LeMana to kind of stick that nose down there and get it around. I believe that is Kreminga as well as
in that
Mike
green
Kosuth.
31. Yeah, and I'll tell you, J. Mark Wendling, Kurt Breitinger, David Lanning, and Ron Rice right there as well, as everything is getting bottlenecked right behind Silbert and Skinner.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that really is a battle from 8th all the way back down into 16th spot. The only driver that's not in that is Nick Afterd in that number 33 again, as you talked about. But this is really 8th through 16th. We're starting to get bottlenecked up.
All right, now as they're straightening things out, and now with 3 cars, it looks like breaking away just a little bit is Kosuth, Silbert, and Mike LeMana. They've now separated, giving themselves about 6 or close to 10 car lengths on Bruce Kreminga, who's got now right alongside of him. There is Skinner, who had fallen back behind Kreminga, J. Mark Wendling, and Breitinger as well. So we're starting to see that 8-car fight separate out. It's more like 3 and 5 at this point here. And now moving to the inside of Bruce Kreminga, Robert Skinner in the 23 machine takes a look. And as they come in, Skinner now is going to take over the position from Kreminga as they come through turn 3 and head down the hill.
Yeah, tell you what, good power move by Robert Skinner there in that number 23 to get around Bruce Kreminga. Again, of all the cars that we normally see double dip in this group this weekend, Kreminga is the only one that was out earlier this afternoon when our Group 3 was out running. Everybody else, David, they just were on the track one time, and that was during qualifying this morning.
Yep, so Kreminga has a little bit of extra notes to bring with him, a little better idea on what the setup might look like for this afternoon's race, and it looks like it's working out. I'll tell you what, another driver that this race is working out for is the number 28, Kurt Breitinger. Had some issues in qualifying this morning where basically had some fluid leaking out from the back end when he came out of turn 10, pulled it basically into the exit of the pit lane to the paddock. So they've been working on that all afternoon, and talked to him a little bit about yesterday being from Martinez, Georgia. Asked, what are you kind of doing here from the southeast up at Summit Point? He said, it's a track I haven't been to, and I'm going to cross it off the list.
It's the bucket list item.
Excellent. Yeah, so he's up from the Buccaneer region, calls Roebling Road his home track.
Very nice track.
And great to see him up here. Some similarities
I was
between Roebling
I was
here.
going to say, this is kind of the same similarities in some of these racetracks. There's not really a hard braking zone. It's all big, wide,
sweepers.
Flowing, and sweepers. Yeah, no, absolutely. So, and a little bit smaller, I believe, than 2 miles. I think it's like 1.5.
And a little bit more narrow here than Summit Point. But I mean, enough similarities that he's been able to get up to speed, and a good run for him so far this weekend now that he got that fluid issue taken care of. Up at the front of the field, Stephen Shue in the number 81 Surf Shop car. Now, he resets fast lap as he is still a couple car lengths behind Brian Cates in the battle for second as the red, white, blue number 127. He's still within shouting distance of our leader, Sam Schechter.
Well, that was a quick lap because Schechter now just reset that fast lap time at 1:21.445.
Almost 3/10 on that last lap alone.
Well, 3/100ths of a second.
Yeah.
So, yes. But still, it goes to show you that it's, that quick. So you've got a 4.45 to a 4.91.
Right.
So pretty evenly matched in these cars. But Shue getting the tow from Brian Cates, where Schechter's having to do it by himself.
Yeah.
So think about that being another 1/10 and a half. Maybe 2/10 better.
All right, as we jump back to this battle for the lead right now. That's Blanks and Lawrence in the battle for just off the podium. In fourth, here comes our leader, Sam Schechter. And again, really, really close here as Cates has shown so much speed over the years. He's had some mechanical issues over the last couple of rounds, but so far, both in qualifying and this afternoon, the car looking very, very stout.
Yeah, car just doesn't seem to last a full 20 laps where ends up starting to fall off towards the end, but getting a little bit better, just a little bit further to the back. From that, you still have that Ryan Lawrence and Joe Blanks. Now, Joe Blanks is going to move up to that fourth position over Ryan Lawrence on this lap here. But those guys, David, they're trading positions off and on almost every lap.
Yeah, when they do that, they kind of lose the top three so far. As the more they kind of try to fight and pass, the more time you're going to lose. So they've got about a 4-second gap to Stephen Shue, that's Joe Blanks. And talked a little bit about these cars. If you can kind of stay single file, you can kind of catch everybody. But if you just start battling and just start trying to play leapfrog, it does not work out well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you open it up. I mean, again, this is another product of this series, and we've talked about this when we're talking about the Miatas and everything else. This is a class where pretty much everybody's equal. It's about making sure you're in the right position at the right time. And then the driver abilities. The draft is huge. Even on this track here, it plays a big part in this race and where you're more than likely going to end up.
Yeah, absolutely. As we talk about the draft, we want to go to the exit of the carousel at turn 6, though, with that 4-car battle. That is Mike LaMania, Kevin Silber, and Mike Costa. That's 8th through 10th. LaMania at 10th. Robert Skinner in that number 23. He was when he broke away from Breidinger, Wendling, Krominga, he caught up a great amount of time to Lemania to now where he's about just under a second as they come out, going to be coming at turn number 10 now. This 3-car pack has now become a 4-car pack with the Skinner addition.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Lemania and Silbert, along with, Kosuth right there, they started to make their moves, and that allowed Robert Skinner, because they were starting to pull away from the Skinner machine. But he has now transitioned right back in there as we're getting looking down into turn number 1, coming out of turn number 2 right now. Look to see whether or not that is Kosuth and Lemania. They were going to go too wide right there. So, again, Silbert and let's see, who's that? Robert Skinner. They're going to end up really coming right back on them.
All right, so we are having some trouble with our camera down at turn 1. If and when our good friend down there comes back from his lunch break, we'll go back to it now as our leaders come into the yeah, exactly. I mean, the sun has just been cooking the equipment out here this weekend. We're doing the best to bring the coverage to you, and if you like what you've been seeing here this weekend, I know we've got a driver, I think, off momentarily at turn 5. Know you got a lot of choices in motorsport. It's Le Mans weekend, and there are some other big events here. Make sure to give us a big thumbs up. We love bringing you all the coverage from the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here as that battle now making its way up the hill underneath the bridge. That battle now for 8th position.
Tell you what, now Brian Cates sets the fastest lap of the race again with a 1:21.214. Sam Schechter went his fastest lap time, Greg. Still, Brian Cates went a little bit faster. He's starting to reel in Sam Schechter here with just right around a second.
Yeah, and so, I mean, the difference on that lap time was 7/100ths of a second. Might have made up like 3-4 feet, not much. But I mean, he's getting there, and he's got 6 laps to go, only about a second back from Sam Schechter. There's still plenty of time for him to close things down. But let's stay with this great fight here, the battle for 8th in Spec Racer Ford here as Mike Lemania having moved to the front of this pack. Then with Mike Kosuth in the orange and yellow number 5, or red and yellow number 5 machine directly behind Kevin Silbert and Robert Skinner.
Tell you what, Robert tried to make a move on Kosuth going down into turn 5, lost the front end nose of that under that heavy braking. We talked about it earlier this morning. Not able to do it, had to tuck right back into Kosuth, but he wanted to make that move and stay far driver's left going down into turn 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And the driver in front of him, Mike Kosuth, though, in that yellow primary with a little bit of red highlights, number 5, been racing since 2019 here in SRF3. Had some pretty good runs back in March, had a top 15 run on the feature race that weekend. But Mike Lemania, though, in front of him, we're starting to break away just slightly by about a couple car lengths as Ryan Lawrence and the Joe Blanks battle still picking up. Lawrence got a back around Joe Blanks, but then this time around, though, Blanks got back around Lawrence for the 4th spot. So they're still continuing to trade spots. Don't worry, Greg. It's been a long day.
Going around Nick in that 33 again, those 4 drivers, Mike Lemania, Mike Kosuth, Robert Skinner, and then it is, I believe, that is Kevin Silbert in the 14. Tell you what, they were 3 wide at one point. I know you couldn't see it because of the turn 1 camera, but they were 3 wide going in. They all got single file as quickly as they went 3 wide. So, again, they thought better of it knowing, hey, this isn't going to work. And those 3, the more they battle, you're right, that is allowing Michael Lemania to pull out.
Pull away. Yep. So right behind that battle now, J. Mark Wendling there with Kurt Breidinger as well as Bruce Krominga, as they have, as we could tell, have fallen off that battle for the lead. So let's see if we can jump back to our leaders now. And we'll try and pick them up.
They're just now going into coming out of turn number 2, heading up into turn number 3.
All right, and so there you go. Now with Sam Schechter, who just reset the fast lap, by the way. Schechter turning in a 1:21.147, 4/10 faster than Brian Cates and Stephen Chu. Maybe he started to feel the pressure a little bit, was maintaining the equipment there, decided to up the aggression and light the wick just a little bit, or it could be that Brian Cates now is having to worry more about Stephen Chu, as Chu was able to close things up just a little bit to the red, white, and blue 127, maybe a car length and a half, about 2.5 car lengths back now from Cates. We'll see as they come up the hill. It looks like Cates may have gotten a little bit closer as our turn 10 camera here is having some problems. We'll check it out. Unfortunately, a lot of our cameras at this end of the track
must be close to 5 o'clock, right?
As the sun is going down, our cameras are getting the sun pointing straight at them. So we'll work through this. We've only got 3 laps remaining here, and hopefully we can describe it all for you. And even without the cameras.
Well, Greg, you were talking about, Brian Cates. Obviously, Scheckter, he got down to it right around a second here. You can see it. He's opened up that gap a little bit further now. Now it's over 2 seconds. But as he started to manage the pace and the gap between him and Brian Cates, he opened it up. Cates ended up now having to start defending on Steven Shue to stay in front. That also, helps Sam Scheckter maintain that gap and as well as even open that gap, David, that much further.
Yeah, Cates starting to have to go on the offense, straight to the defense now. I think it's pretty much more on defense, trying to keep Steven Shue behind you to keep the second spot with just 2 laps to go. But, right now, they've been running around similar lap times. Both ran 1:21.7, so similar pace between them. Stalled a little bit, though. Steven Shue going to, it's almost time to go to get that second spot or maybe try to force a mistake if he can on Cates.
Well, I tell you what, you talk about offense and defense. Steven Shue, I think he's getting ready for special teams because he looks like he is going to try to make that move coming across the start-finish line for that second place over Brian Cates. They get as close as you can get without touching as they head down into turn number 1. Believe me when I say this, they were side by side. You couldn't even put a credit card between both of them.
And Steven Shue from the outside, and we've seen that outside lane be so strong. He was about 3 feet deeper on the brakes than Brian Cates, and now taking over second position is Steven Shue. Brian Cates tries to return the favor coming through turn 3, pokes to the inside, not far enough alongside. Shue's going to lead the duo down through the chute, fastest corner on the course, under braking into turn 5. All the while, Sam Scheckter, who is Steven Shue's surf shop teammate, he's not licking his lips. He's ready to win here as they come into the carousel. There you go. Had to break out the Scorpions lyrics there for you. Yeah, that's too old for you, David. You probably you don't know 80s music. All right, here.
Neither does Spencer.
That's right. Yeah, the two of them are completely
lost. They got the deer in the headlight look looking at us.
Exactly. As they come underneath the bridge now. Again, we've got problems with our cameras over at turn 10. But as they come onto the front straight, Sam Scheckter now continuing to advance his lead with 1 lap remaining. Steven Shue beats Cates to the line, 0.15 of a second separating. They are once again side by side as they come under braking going into turn 1. This time, Steven Shue to the inside, Cates to the outside. And again, for the second lap in a row, Steven Shue is maybe 10 feet later on the brakes than Brian Cates. Cates with that line around the outside, or probably come the inside, does the over-under, and they're going to be side-by-side pod as they come through turn 3. Steven Shue has the advantage from the inside lane. He's going to lead Brian Cates down the hill into turn 5.
That's Brian Cates giving the respect to Steven Shue, knowing that it is Saturday. I'm not going to wreck the cars because we all know that outside, if you stay in it long enough, you can go right around the outside of that car that's on the inside, having to brake a little bit sooner. And I tell you what, he didn't. He let Steven Shue get back in front. If this position happens tomorrow, look for him to go outside.
All right, so Shue's going to lead Cates through the carousel, and as they come into turn 9, and up the hill, Sam Scheckter is your leader. When they cross the line, he picked up another 2 seconds over Shue and Cates as they fought. And taking the checkered flag and the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 is Sam Scheckter. As they come out of turn 10 and take the checkered flag, Steven Shue will take second position. It's a surf shop 1-2, 0.28 of a second before Brian Cates takes the checker. He'll finish third. Joe Blanks will finish in fourth with Ryan Lawrence only 13 one-thousandths of a second back. The battle for fourth, 13 thousandths of a second separating them. Then Keith Frazier will finish in sixth. Matthew Polk 7th. Michael Amena leads the trio of Skinner and Kossuth out of, or I guess that's a duo, leads them out of turn 10. So it's Lamena 8th, Skinner 9th, Mike Kossuth will finish in 10th. Nick Astarb had brought his Gen 2 car onto the pit lane. He comes out just before probably right before Sam Schechter took the checkered flag, so he'll have a final lap. And Nick Astarb will finish 17th overall, our sole spec racer for Gen 2 car. All right, let's do this as we wrap things up here from Summit Point Raceway for day number 1 of the June MARRS. We've got a lot more action for you tomorrow. Tomorrow it is feature race day, and it begins at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll have 2 sprint bracket road racing series races tomorrow morning for you. They will bookend 3 MARRS races, and then when we come back from lunch, 4 MARRS races, 20-lap feature races to round out the day. So lots of action for you here sorry about that, Spencer. Lots of action here to round out your weekend on a big, big weekend of racing. We know you could be watching a lot of other things. You could be watching Le Mans all weekend. You could be watching, there's some other stuff. I don't know, like Formula One in Spain. There's a lot of racing going on, but we want to thank you for joining us here today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:40 a.m. So for Brian Donati, for David Lance, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride? No. Okay.
Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. They're spec racer Ford specialists, and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's BRET, at rpperformanceracing.com.